What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. Now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm about to get started on TikTok, as you know I do. So I'm going to do another intro. I know it's kind of weird. It's weird for me, too. Let me go live here. Trump, the world is a stage. All right, let's get this going. And what's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we're here again. We've got the Saturday edition. I believe this is Saturday, isn't it? Yeah. Fucking days just meld together anymore. As you get older, the days just fly by. The weeks are gone. Everything is crazy. Amiga, what's up, Amiga? How are you doing this morning? The world is a stage. Might as well make it your oyster and then eat the fucking thing. Oysters are an acquired taste, I would say. My wife loves them, not so much. I don't know. I kind of want one just right out the fucking out of Gulfport, Mississippi. Just eat that shit. Anyway, welcome in, guys. I am doing a live today. I know yesterday I talked about the FBI documents and that sort of thing. We can cover some of that. Largely it's just a bunch of crap, but I just feel like they're just lying. They're trying to rewrite history right in front of everybody. And, it just seems obvious to me, but it may not be obvious to everybody else. Or I'm just a conspiracy theorist and I'm crazy. Let's see here. I'm going to tell my people that I'm live. Have you set up external non-TikTok wave for... Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Jules, if you're in here, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Come on in. I want to let people know that I'm live. Give me just a second. I am live. I should have done a video before I went live today. Okay, so that's done. We got 6 whole people. Come on in. Just got started, so it's going to take a minute. We'll just wait till everybody shows up. Or until we get a few more people in. Get some donuts going on up in this biatch. So, yeah, I told you guys yesterday, I was on the road. I was traveling, so I couldn't really talk much. But that document is kind of nutso. Like, here, I'll just show you some, excerpts from it. And it appeared, and I believe they actually highlighted things whenever they shared it, which, in and of itself is kind of weird. Just show the document, let people do that themselves, highlight the things. Let me full screen this shit and then I'll switch it over. Kind of strange that they would do that, but doesn't surprise me. They want to push a certain narrative, obviously. Because the world is a stage. Instead of Trump being the producer, I should have put that he's the fucking director. Like right here, this is the document. If you guys haven't seen this yet, I'll post a link to it in my Discord. Like this right here. We were once an apolitical organization, but I no longer see us as such, looking from the ground up. We've been used as pawns in a political war, and FBI leadership fell into the trap and has allowed it to happen. We are supposed to call balls and strikes regardless of political pressure. Now we can't even be trusted to be on the field. There's comments like this. It's kind of a weird document like this. What is even more unacceptable was the hypocrisy displayed by the FBI and its leadership in their attempt to go after those involved in the Capitol riots, while we as agents watch cities burn across America during the summer of 2020. That to me is very strange because they arrested thousands of people during the riots. Thousands. Welcome in, Pally. Welcome in, Jess. Good to see y'all. Yeah, it's, so I don't even know if this is like completely real. I can't believe anything that these people put out. I mean, just look at like the top of this thing. Feedback for the future. Like this. Help to protect people. There's a job. Like what? What the hell? What is that? It would have been helpful for those working at the IOC if the SIAs overseeing the shift started off by introducing themselves, giving an update, highlighting priorities for the shift. I don't know. It's almost like a tip box or something. And half of these people can't write for shit. So, I don't know what kind of qualifications you need as FBI, but I imagine those people would know the difference between there, and there. But maybe that's asking too much. Maybe that's assuming that this country has more intelligent people than, or doesn't, I should say. I don't know. It's kind of nutty. But I'll put that link in here. I think it's it's like an Adobe link. I'll have to do copy. That's weird. It won't let me just share the fucking thing. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll do it before the day's over. I'll put that in there. You should be able to find that. But that whole narrative that they're pushing now is that, they put in 274 FBI agents into January 6th. It was all a hoax. It was a hoax by Nancy Pelosi. That's what they're claiming. And now you go on Twitter, they've got these videos. They claim, prove that the entire January 6th was orchestrated by the Democrats. This is what they're rewriting history, or at least attempting to rewrite history right in front of your fucking eyes. And they'll play a video of some black-clad guy with an earpiece pulling out some of the pieces of the window, but they don't show the other parts where just the mobs of people are literally breaking the windows and entering. And they forgot the part where Ashley Babbitt, they broke the window and she goes through and gets pew-pewed. Or the part where, they attack the officers. They want to rewrite the history right in front of them. And it's worth mentioning that Donald Trump was in charge of the FBI during the J6. So, if you're going to blame somebody, you have to blame the guy that was in charge of that. So that's what I say to that. Also, I want to say that Tyler Robinson did not unalive himself. Let's Go Taco said he loved them. Let me get through some of these comments here. And if you're wanting to jump in and have a conversation, I'm just going to do a panel today. Because of my traveling and stuff, I didn't really have any chance to sit down and spend some work getting video clips and coming up with, like a segment for the show. So we'll just have a discussion, kind of like we did yesterday. Government by the least suitable or competent citizens of a state. That's right, Justin. That's what we're looking at here. Kakistocracy. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, it's like idiocracy. For real. Then why did Don the Con say he loved them? Well, it was a day of peace and love. He said he loved them. Oh, yeah, he loves them. He loves the people that will do violent deeds on his behalf. That's why he pardoned them. And then they went on to commit more crimes because those people were criminals. And I don't even know that they, were representative of MAGA at the time. Now, with that said, after Charlie Kirk, these people have just their rabid, violent behaviors have kind of come out, and then that's drawing rabid, violent behavior from people on the left, too. And I think that's the point. Now, to this fucking Keg's breath, calling all the generals, this is something I forgot I wanted to talk about. They're now claiming, it's for it's for ethos, it's for military ethos. It's going to be a pep rally, right? It's going to be a pep rally. Yes, Berkeley, I'm back at the desk. There's no traveling, none of that shit. Although I will say it did help pass the time, but they're claiming that this unprecedented grouping of generals to Quantico is a fucking pep rally. So that this DUI hire that is fucking Keg's breath can rah to these generals who are far more talented, far more intellectually superior to this fucking guy, far more, understanding of military strategy than this fucking dude, and he's going to sit up there and cheerlead the bullshit. That is a lie. I don't know what they're doing, but this is not a fucking pep rally. You don't call every general from across the world into one location for a fucking pep rally. You don't do that. That's stupid. And it's fucking dangerous. Like, I did a video yesterday. Matter of fact, I didn't even go look at the numbers. Let me see if anybody even commented on it. My first thought when they said pep rally, I'm like, well, they're obviously lying. And the first thing that came to my mind was Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor. So let's assume they're not decapitating the military, right? Let's assume they're not going to fire all these generals and install loyalists, or that they aren't even going to, ask them to take a loyalty test. The goal could be to give a prime and ripe target for somebody to attack. Right? You've got all of the military generals in one fucking spot. That is a target. And, this was the argument made back then that putting all of those ships in one area was a problem, and clearly it was. So if it's not any of the other things, he may just want to draw out an attack so that they could, say, oh my God, look, we're at war. The terrorists are coming. Try to get, Iran to do something crazy so that they have a fucking, I agree, Berkeley. I think that's what it is. Berkeley said, by the way, I fully think it's a loyalty meeting. I agree. But let's assume for the moment that they don't do that. I think that the goal is to try and give, because they know where they're at. They know where this is taking place. Right? They announced the location of where all of these generals are going to be. Bullshit. That's dangerous, But who knows? Who fucking knows? We got, 3 days? 3 days to the end of America, potentially. Because, if they do that, I can't help but think that some of the military members who actually took their oath to office, literally, are going to say no, and they will push against and fight that. And then, if that were to happen, we're talking like third world country shit here. Third world country military coup takeover where the military is essentially taking over. And it'd be a weird position to be in because technically speaking, the president controls that. And so if the president says, no, we don't want you here because you're not loyal, and then those people take it upon themselves to then gather their own troops to resist that, that's not a good thing. That, it's a bad position to be put in at all. So I guess we'll find out, but I don't trust this fucking guy as far as I can throw him. And, with all this rewriting of history that's going on, like literally right in front of our face, I think we're in for a world of fucking hurt here, y'all. I'm going to go through because I actually hadn't gotten a chance to check. Let's see here. This is 8 minutes ago. Matter of fact, I'm not exactly sure what this says. At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I'm directing Secretary of War Pete Kegsbreth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic T groups. I'm also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This guy's an idiot. Scott Jennings. Let's see what he's posting here.
The weeping and gnashing of teeth from the "No one is above the law" crowd could be heard around the world last night. If you've looked at any news sources today, you've heard the word unprecedented thrown around endlessly, which tells me that apparently nobody knows what the definition of that word actually is. For
Okay,
all
shut
of
up.
you who ever said, no one is above the law, or said that institutions of justice are sacred and cannot be questioned, novel and made up just for
Okay.
him.
Why in the fuck is he retruthing this? I don't understand the. I'm not going to sit here and watch this idiot. When ex-FBI Director James Comey was indicted, the weeping and gnashing of teeth from the nobodies above the law crowd could be heard around the world. Spare me your outrage about political prosecutions. No, this is not unprecedented. Choke on it. So let me get this straight. They're okay with political prosecutions now. And so MAGA, once again, will fucking pretzel itself to defend this when they spent 4 years complaining about it, claiming that they were doing it to Donald Trump. And I mean, I would argue that some of the things that were done with Trump would not have been done had he not been president. But it was not okay then, and it's okay now. I mean, this is MAGA. This is Trump land. This is fucking, this is the Twilight Zone. Yeah, and they don't really care. Like, it doesn't bother them to like be hypocrites. They're perfectly okay with that. Now, as far as James Comey goes, that case is really fucking strange because the previous prosecutor was like, there's no there, right? There's nothing to prosecute this guy on. So Trump fires him and claims that he fired the guy, the Siebert, because 2 Democrats had supported and voted in favor of it. This is what he wrote on Truth Social. And of course, we know that's a lie. He did it because he wouldn't or couldn't prosecute Comey. So then in comes this, whatever the fuck her name is, Hillard or whatever. She ended up fucking up in court. She sent like 2 or 3 different documents, signed them all. It was like, oh, I didn't see that third document that had all of the stuff on it that hadn't been indictable. And so this person is completely incompetent when it comes to that. But you don't need competency with Donald Trump. You just need fealty. That's it. That's all you need, is to pledge your fucking undying loyalty to this fascist piece of shit. And you're in. It doesn't matter how, they talk about meritocracy. Horseshit. This is a loyalocracy, right? This is a fucking kingship. And these MAGAs, my entire life, this group of people have been gearing up for war. Oh, we're going to take back the government when they start being tyrannical. And then when their guy is doing that, they're like, oh, this is great. Fucking Democrats are evil. I don't know, guys. Have you ever seen them? Let me get through some of these comments here. Trust Pete Keg's breath. Exactly. Good morning, Jesse. Have you heard about a superintendent of the largest school system in Iowa being detained by ICE? Yes, I saw that. There were also protests outside of the facility, I believe, that he was being held at. I hadn't seen the update since this morning. This was something I heard about on my drive back home. I'm in Oregon, Portland. Nothing's going on. Well, of course nothing's going on. This is all about optics. Like us, the world is a stage. This guy just creates this theater, like he's a fucking showman. We're watching a circus unfold in front of our eyes. Guys, if you have requested up, I don't see your request, and maybe something's fucked up. I don't know, but if you're wanting up to talk about this stuff, by all means, you're welcome. Let's see. Oh, now we get some rando weirdo here. I don't know what this is about. Ah, hello.
Hey, good morning.
Morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Let me real quick. I'm going to read through these comments because I hadn't gotten a chance to catch up to them yet. See if there's anything of note. Somebody said facts. That's of note. Got liberal women. Trump's never taken a paycheck from the government. I think you donate it. He's never taken a paycheck from the government. What are you talking about? They buy out all of his fucking golf carts and shit in all of his rooms when he goes golfing every weekend. He's getting paid. This dude is getting paid. Anyway, welcome in, Rando. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. What would you like to talk about?
Oh, I was just going to comment. I put it in the comments, but I know there's a lot coming in. With your prompt, have you seen the 60 Minutes interview with the ex-Mossad agent where he talks about the pager incident, but then goes on to say that everything in America is fabricated. It's very much like the Truman Show. It's all political theater and a stage for them.
I have not seen that. Let me pull this up. I'm glad you. When was that? So, or is this an older 60
It's an older
minutes
clip. Yeah,
Okay.
if you Google 60 Minutes Mossad agent Truman Show, it should bring up like a minute 30-second clip where he says
Okay.
that.
Let's fucking pull this up here. Pretend world is below, blah, blah, blah. They must have fucking scrubbed the shit out of that. We are the directors, producers. Yeah, this is nuts. Here we go. But this one's like 13 minutes
On
long.
September 17th.
I need to find
If
it.
you want,
I need
can
to
find
find
the
a
shorter
clip.
one and throw it in the chat for you.
If you could, that'd be great. Yeah, because
Yeah,
that
I have a
sounds.
bookmark.
Yeah, I mean, this is that goes right into what we've been talking about with like Charlie Kirk and shit, and they've been doing this for a long, long time now, and they're very good at it, and they're very dangerous when it comes to that. Let me see. Who do we did? We've got too many things open here. I don't know. Where's my? Hold on. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. There we go. Okay. Ghost of Charlie Kirk. You are buffering. Okay, that's what I was trying to check because I knew I'd clicked accept, but you never came in. Anyway, we're working on a clip from the Mossad interview with 60 Minutes talking about how the world's a stage. They're the directors, producers, etc., etc. Yeah, what's up, Justin?
Hey, real quick, I don't have too much time, but remember
Sure.
how we had Trump's tax returns from last time he was in office and he had to pay $750 in taxes?
I don't remember that. No.
Yeah. Well, that just proves he didn't donate his paycheck because he would have actually got a credit for it. So we know he didn't donate his paycheck last time.
Oh.
It was just his words saying it. So yeah, he
That's
didn't even
funny.
do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Because he gets money elsewhere. It's like,
Yeah,
what do they get paid? 300 some thousand or something?
I think it's
500,000?
450, but yeah.
Is it 450? Yeah, I
But
mean,
I got to run there. I just wanted to say that real quick.
yeah, no,
Thanks.
thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. We'll see you. Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't looked into that in a while, so I can't really speak on that too well. I just know that, I'm not going to take a paycheck. I'm just going to get all my money elsewhere. I'm going to make you pay for my golf carts, even though I could make it free. If he wanted to, he could not charge for those fucking golf carts, but he does. Candy Girl, what's up? Hello, Candy Girl. Goodbye, Candy Girl. All right. Candy Girl, I couldn't hear you, so if you were trying to speak, it didn't work. I do see, let me get to, matter of fact, let me do this. Watch
After
this.
Israel and the terror.
I can use Perplexity to find the part in this clip that is relevant to what we're talking about. Oh, this dude's wearing a mask. These people
After
are so
Israel-
goofy. They're so goofy. Okay, find the portion of this clip where they say they are the director, etc. All right. He paid $750 a year in Fed taxes. That's what Let's Go Taco says. He's got so much money, it's just ridiculous. There's a crime in every state. All right, let's see. Portion, that would be just after the 2-minute mark, it says. Let's see.
Vest that a soldier would. So Israel sold this device
to Hezbollah. Hezbollah paid for this weapon that was to be used against them.
They got a good price.
A good price.
They got a good
couldn't
price.
Be too low, or
I
they'd
do
be
remember
suspicious. In the end, Hezbollah bought over 16,000 of these exploding walkie-talkies that Israel then didn't activate for 10 years until 3 months ago.
See, that's
How
nuts.
did you convince Hezbollah to buy this?
Well, obviously, they didn't know that they were buying it from Israel.
Who did they buy it from, or think they were buying it from?
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel, shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
There you go. That was it.
Try to silence Taco Cat and make me get another account, you damn bastards.
What happened?
Oh, I get blocked and banned more than any human. I'm Donald Trump on this app. I am Donald Trump on this app.
Did I ban you?
More. Oh, yeah. No, I get banned. Yeah, I just got off a ban now.
No. Did I block you?
No, I was banned.
Oh, I see. Well,
Yeah.
I got bananaed for 7 days too, man.
Yeah. Well, no, they completely shut me down. I had to do
So,
a
like,
whole.
deleted your account or whatever?
Yeah, it's the second time. Yeah.
I see. Did you hear? So I just played that rando.
Just got the tail end of that.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
tail
it's
end,
in the 13-minute clip, if you bookmark it, he says it at 7 minutes, 8 seconds.
Okay.
So if you have,
He says
reference
what at 7 minutes, 8 seconds?
the Truman Show part where it's all a stage, it's our theater, we
Who is
create
saying
the
this?
world.
This
so
is
that's an
Mossad.
Mossad agent. Yeah.
Mossad agent. Yeah. Okay. It's on 60 Minutes. Let me go ahead and play this real quick.
From Mossad?
Golda Polo had zero clue that they are working with the Mossad.
And neither did Hezbollah.
When they are buying from us, they have zero clue that they are buying from the Mossad. We make like Truman Show. Everything is controlled by us behind the scene. In their experience, everything is normal. Everything was 100% kosher, including businessmen, marketing, engineers, showroom, everything.
To further the plot, Mossad hired the Gold Apollo saleswoman Hezbollah was used to working with before. She offered them the first batch of pagers as an upgrade free of charge. By September 2024, Hezbollah had 5,000 pagers in their pockets. The
That's
question
nuts.
in Israel.
Yes.
So this is the most
What
replayed.
ensued was mayhem. People with
Oh, I see.
pagers
It's because it's showing clips of the people that had been blown up, including, or maybe not including, the children that it also injured. Yeah, these people are sick. They once took a guy and threatened to out him as a gay guy, and got him to give this cell phone to one of his family members. And so he does that. Of course, his family member trusts him or whatever, and he answers a phone call, and his head is no longer there. This was like early aughts, late 90s, right after cell phones became a thing. Yeah, they've been doing this shit for a while. And I'm like Taco.
Explosives in the freaking pagers?
What's that now?
Is that what I heard? That they put explosives in the pagers, or they just had.
It was a 10. They had this shit. They'd done it like 10 years ago.
Wow.
10 years
That's
ago.
bad.
Yeah, they created companies embedded inside of other well-known companies to push this shit. So, like, this was an like they just created this whole organization around it. It's
crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, and they were proud of it, but I think that even gave Americans a pause, like, well, if they're able to do that, then all of these conspiracies that we talk about now, not unlikely.
Yeah.
Liberal, they're the most moral army in the whole wide world, though.
Yeah, they knock with boom booms that drop on the top of the of the building that don't explode, and then right after drop a boom boom, which I find to be interesting because the claim is that they're going after the H group. Yet if you were going after the H group, you wouldn't tell them, hey, we're about to boom boom this building, because then
Yeah,
the H
also,
group leaves.
well, also, H group isn't even in Gaza. Like, not the people who you need to, you got to cut the head off the snake. They're in Qatar.
Well, not
We all know that.
anymore. They boom boomed Doha.
Yeah, no, I saw they unalived 10 civilians in the process. It was a residential area.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on over there.
Anything that furthers their own fucking agenda is, and these people, some of these people will unalive without any remorse whatsoever because they believe God gives them the right. This is
Yeah,
it's gross.
there's an interesting term that was coined called the banality of evil. And it was coined during the Schnazi trials of this seemingly normal. So this psychiatrist studied this seemingly normal person who was responsible for a lot of the atrocities. And what she found was that they weren't some hyper fanatical person. They just were like an ordinary bureaucrat. And it talks about how the banality of evil is a lack of critical thinking, bureaucratic process combined with the whole just following orders. And it basically explains how normal everyday people can be indoctrinated into committing horrific atrocities. It's called the banality of evil. It's an interesting study.
Yeah, and because to them it's justified, right?
Right.
Like they have this God-given, obligation to unalive people who are either opposed or don't believe in their God. Like I just watched a video of a Zionist saying that openly. Like, yes, we have an obligation to kill these people.
Yeah, I'm on Jazz's panel a lot. He said he just left your Discord. Jazz does like a lot of geopolitic live stuff.
Jazz?
Jaz, Jazz.
I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, it's interesting. I actually have to run, but thank you for having me up. I'll stop in. I follow you, so I will stop in again. But good luck with the rest of your day, and have a good one,
I
everybody.
appreciate that. We'll see ya. And thanks for bringing up that clip. I appreciate it. That's very timely.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep, we'll see ya.
Hey,
All right, bye.
see ya.
What's up,
Hey,
Rev?
Liberal. Nothing much. I wanted to come up here because I don't know if you saw the post from 27 minutes ago from Donald Trump on Truth Social. It says, Donald Trump just posted this on Truth Social. At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I am directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic T groups. I am also authorizing full force if necessary.
Yeah, no, I read that like in the first 10 minutes of the show because he had just posted it. Yeah, it's like he wants them to go in and just start unaliving people that are liberals. And
I would love to see
base
someone
is
try and
okay with it.
Yeah, I would love to try and see someone on his side try and come up here and justify the literal usage of our military against our civilian population.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to defend the indefensible for a while now, and that's why I don't really get in a lot of MAGA up here anymore. Even though I treat them with respect most of the time, unless they come in here with just bad intentions. But they don't want to come up because they don't want to have to defend something that's indefensible.
Yeah, this is going to go incredibly horrible for both sides. No one wins in this situation.
No.
We either have precedent being set where the President of the United States is basically allowed to just send our military into cities and use them against our own civilian population indiscriminately, or a whole bunch of people in opposition of this are going to get unalived. It's one of the two, or it could be both. Who knows? No one wins here.
No, I mean, what are the chances that you think they'll go in there and actually fire upon with real bullets? You know, and because nothing is going on in the location he was talking about in that tweet. There's nothing going on. There's no Antifa.
I think it's been I think it's been a progressive step towards getting to this specific situation where it's going to be a culmination of things eventually. There's just he started out by labeling trans individuals as like demons, and then the Democrats as demons, and his scope of things to demonize is getting larger and larger, to where now it's just the entirety of the left, and now it's just an ideology that anti-fascism is now a T group in their eyes. So it's gradually getting larger, and eventually what's going to happen is someone's going to stand up, and him outwardly on a social media platform saying that he's authorizing full force by our military is insanity. He's stacking the dominoes and waiting for them to fall over on their own, and then he's going to wash his hands of it, saying, I don't know what happened here. Look at these crazy people.
Yeah, and if you fight back, oh my God, we need law and order. You can't attack the police. You can only be pardoned if you attack them on my behalf. It's, he claims law and order. He's a law and order president, et cetera, et cetera. That's what George Bush said. I mean,
Hey, not for nothing, but Donald Trump is the only president to defund the police.
Please
Technically,
explain.
he's right.
Please explain.
So his federal funding for states reduced funding for police stations, rural police stations all over. Well, I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Michigan, but rural police stations all over the Midwest closing and losing funding, having to implement the state police in their rural counties. I've seen it with my own town.
And the reason for him to do that or to move in that direction is so that the feds are the ones that do local law enforcement. That's what he wants, ultimately.
Absolutely. And I
Yes.
see in the comments people saying, oh, well, what are Democrat politicians doing? Democrat politicians, Congress, can't do anything if these are executive orders. When the president established these executive orders, it doesn't go through Congress. So Democrats cannot really truly fight these executive orders, not in the way
Right.
that people are demanding Democrats to step up.
Aside from in court, I mean, that's pretty much
And
the
he
only
owns the
way that
courts.
you can
I mean,
do.
they're compromised to him.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, this Supreme Court has been giving him basically everything he wants. Like recently with the firing of the FTC chair, Rachel Slaughter. They're like, well, we haven't heard the case yet, and we're not going to say it until December. But yeah, you can go ahead and fire that person, even though Congress said you couldn't. And of course, they didn't even offer an opinion on as to why they went ahead, and only the dissenting part do you get from it, which is consistent with the other dissents where they're like, why are you giving this temporarily when the stay should be just, it should be stayed. I don't know. We're in a bad way now. You got them acting like a pep rally is about to take place on the 30th. What do you think of that, Psycho? That this claim that they're doing some fucking military ethos conversation.
Well, a lot of people are going to start with the conspiracy theories that he's putting all these people in one place for, I don't know, an attack or something like that. The truth is that he's purging the military of people who are not loyal.
Right. Well, I mean, they're claiming that it's a pep rally, and if we get there and they don't decapitate the military, then is that not it doubles as a juicy target for somebody when you have every general in the same location and they know where they're at?
Also, the thing is that if these are the generals and these are all the established military with experience, we have educated, time-proven military officials who will be all in one place, losing their job all at once. This is a great move for that, for the administration.
Right.
Dangerous for us.
And
as a whole.
pushing a shutdown simultaneously.
Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you letting me up. I got some things to take care of. But
Sure.
Yeah, people have to look at the bigger pictures here. We all know these are distractions at this point, but he is dismantling this country. It's his revenge tour. Small details like the fact that Trump was for 25 years not allowed to get a U.S. bank loan because they knew he was a criminal. He's on his revenge tour, and I think that people really have to step away from like them trying to run a government rather than just destabilize a government. That's really what I feel it is. But anyway, love the live. Thanks for letting me up.
I appreciate it, man. Have a good one. Appreciate the thoughts also. Yeah, I mean, I still feel like he's a Russian fucking asset, and he's doing the bidding of Russia. They want the U.S. to fall so that they can, them and China and maybe some other nations, through BRICS can take the place as their revenge tour, because we basically did it to them. So we're going to get you back. And, because we had a ex-KGB guy in the 80s say that was what they planned. They wanted to create a world where the people wouldn't know what was true and what wasn't true through propaganda. And like we're seeing the culmination of what that guy was talking about in the 80s that Russia was doing and intending to do. And now you've got a guy who, sells his property for millions over what it's actually worth to Russian people when he couldn't get fucking bank loans otherwise. I don't know. I have no proof that he's a plant, but what do you think, Rev?
I don't know. I think at this point it's irrelevant to even try and have the conversation whether or not he's a Russian plant. There's realistically nothing out there to point one way. I'm still kind of in awe that realistically the downfall of our nation, our Franz Ferdinand moment, our Archduke Ferdinand moment is specifically because of Chucklefuck McCreepy Smile III. I am so fucking disappointed that this is the form of fascism we get. Holy fuck.
Kakistocracy version? Idiocracy?
Yes. Yeah. Brought to you by Carl's Jr.
Before too long, he's going to have you putting Gatorade on the farms. It's going to executive order that shit. You can't use water. They need electrolytes. The plants need electrolytes. JP, what's up, man?
Hey, did you hear the latest? I said the comment. Trump hates Putin. He's not going with anything Trump wants him to do for peace. So now Putin, there's a good chance he'll get with China and take us on. And this is a serious thing.
Okay,
They've already
you say Trump hates
over
Putin?
us.
Point to something that would suggest that Trump
Putin
hates Putin.
already sent a jet over our areas,
Uh-huh.
fully loaded. They had to tell him to go back. And he's not going for the peace. That's the thing. He's not going to end the war with Ukraine. He wants
Where
to
are the
keep it
sanctions?
going. I don't know. I'm just saying this
Well,
is
if Trump
terrible.
hates Putin, couldn't he sanction Russia as we've done in the
He
past?
has, but not enough, I guess.
He has? When? When did Trump sanction Putin?
I don't know. I'd have to, you give me questions. I didn't watch the sanctions on, but I'm worried about war. I'm definitely worried about war, and my friends are too. They said this is not going to turn out good. They hate each other right now. And there's no doubt he wants to start something over there.
Okay.
And if he does and he puts China with him, where's that set us? They'll send something out. I forget what my friend next door said. He's on to all this. They have a device that will end all computers. And that's for real. And if they
You mean like an
do it-
EMP?
Exactly. And you can't use your missiles. You can't use nothing when they do
Yeah,
that.
we've been hearing that since Barack Obama. They said Barack Obama was going
Well,
to
now it's
lead
more
to it.
serious. This
Oh,
guy's
it's different
Florida.
now.
Yeah. And can you imagine if they send that before we can catch and send ours? They have us. We can't win.
So you don't think the
Against
United
Russia?
States can defeat Russia? You don't think that our military could defeat
Russia
Russia?
has 10 times more people.
Are you a Russian asset,
No.
JP?
No, that's what my neighbor said. He says Russia's got more military men than we ever have. That's what
I
he said
think
to me the other
The
day.
wars aren't going to be fought with men on the ground anymore,
Oh, I know
JP.
that. But then he brought up that EMP or whatever you're talking about, and I said, "What's that?" And he told
Which
me.
we have them too.
We have them too, but we have to be able to send out ours at them and make them help us in order to have a chance.
Maybe this will make a little bit more sense in regards to the plight that's going on in your head right now, saying that we're going to lose the war to Russia.
If we
They
have
are
EMP,
on a single front against Ukraine currently, and they are losing, badly.
Well,
In like a 10-to-1 fashion with old equipment that has been donated to them, with volunteer forces. It is
all right. I
horrible
hope you're right.
they are a literal paper tiger. They do not stand a chance in any way,
Yeah,
shape, form, or fashion.
I
They
mean,
can't fiscally back their own armaments and their own troops, and the amount of money it requires to maintain nuclear armaments is insane.
What if
So
they got China
Russia's-
to go on their side?
It
I
does.
mean, they probably would.
Look, we've got 13,000 plus like aircraft that can be deployed in pretty much anywhere in the world at a moment's notice within hours.
Yeah,
Russia
I
has
made-
like 4,000, and
I made
theirs
that
are
point to my
outdated too.
friend. When I made that point to my
Your
friend, I
friend-
said, don't we have 50 states worth of equipment out there? He said that won't be enough.
Yeah.
And he's not Russian.
Okay.
No, he's not Russian.
Okay, well, he's not smart either.
See, that's why I'm talking to you guys.
Yeah,
He's got
no,
me
that's
thinking wild thoughts
okay.
like this.
So even if they were to launch an EMP attack, the amount of EMPs that they'd have to deploy in order to disable us so that we wouldn't be able to respond, they'd have to cover this entire country almost. They're not going to be able to disable the United States in that
Good.
manner.
It makes me feel a lot better.
Could they do damage? Sure, but our response would be swift. We have 750 bases in over 80 countries that
I
we can
know.
mobilize almost instantly to respond to anything that Russia does. No,
With missile defense systems.
right. No, your friend is. I don't know what rabbit hole he went down, but
Don't ask me, but that's why I'm asking you guys. I want to know what's going on, but not from him.
no,
I wanna
Russia
know what's
is.
going on.
I mean, they spend $85 billion a year or so on their military. We spend like what, almost $1 trillion now, 850 billion at least, 10 times the amount. Yeah, we've got things that Russia does not have. We've got things you don't even know about. Certainly. So if your concern is that, please don't be concerned. Russia is posturing, because honestly, I think that any of the little bitty sanctions that he did in his first term were just for plausible deniability of him being a Russian plant.
I got one good question for you while I'm on. He also told me next door, because he has friends in the government or something, but he said for many, many, many years, we've had a giant bomb in the center of the earth that we could set off and end everything. Blow the earth up.
He's
Tell
crazy,
me
man.
if that's
No.
what's up with
No,
that?
that's no.
No, your friend has a tinfoil hat about the size of the Empire State Building.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
would. I would take your friend and neighbor with a grain of salt, because
I am
that's
now.
yeah. Ask him. Do this. Ask him about the coffins that Barack Obama was sending. Ask him if he's aware of those.
I will.
He probably was at the time. I remember the conspiracies back then. Oh my God, they're buying all these coffins. These coffins are what they use in crematoriums. Something big is coming, and they would take videos of these things being hauled and like dropped. But they were like containers. They were just these big plastic tubs, and they, the conspiracy theorists thought they were like crematorium caskets.
And why I got you on here, I don't want to get any of us in trouble on this, but I was watching the entire assassination, that first one. The guy was on the roof for 5 minutes. People were pointing at him. The cop checked, and he was up there. The cop climbed that ladder and looked.
Oh, you talking about
Nothing ever
Trump.
got said. Nothing ever got said.
Right.
They let the guy make the first shot, didn't they? And then they shot him.
Yeah, almost instantly. Yeah.
It pissed me off.
Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Paula, maybe you weren't first. I don't know, but go ahead. Did you want to weigh in?
I actually would like to listen for a minute. I really don't have anything else to add on to with what everybody's saying, but I just wanted to say good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we're talking about boom booms implanted in the center of the earth to unalive everybody.
Oh shit.
His neighbor, I guess, JP's neighbor is going down some serious rabbit
He
holes.
said it'd blow up the whole core of the earth and it'd blow up.
I seen that movie once. We stopped it. Okay. Stanislav, welcome in.
Hi guys, how are you?
Doing fine. Did you want to add in Nash? I'm gonna mute your mic. You've got some background noise.
I'm still trying to figure out what you guys exactly talking about. Like I'm trying to catch up the lines. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
because
so
it's been all over the place.
Yeah, so I mean, technically, we were just talking about really Russia's love affair with Donald Trump, but more importantly, the tweet that or Truth Social that he just put out is where we started with this, where it says, and I'll just read it again in case you didn't see. This was like 30 minutes ago.
That's the
45
recent one?
minutes.
Like,
yeah,
okay, so it's
less
brand
than an
new one.
hour
Okay.
ago. Yeah. At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I'm directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic T groups. I'm also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is probably a more important thing to talk about, so we can go back to that. So authorizing full force use for a group that doesn't exist, for an ideology that America used to collectively all be, anti-fascist. What say you, Stanislav?
Well, from my understanding, Trump is starting the big war against the deep state in U.S. against, I guess, Soros Foundation and so on and so on. So that's my, that's what I'm thinking.
You believe this for real? Are you, Stannis? Are you saying that you believe that?
Well, I mean, I don't believe it. He's saying it. I don't know.
He is the deep state, though. He controls.
Now, did you bring up George Soros, Stanislav? Did I hear you right?
Yeah.
You do know that Scott Bessent worked for George Soros for a long time?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did. He actually managed the Soros fund management, and now he's in Trump's cabinet. And when you refer to the deep state, I assume you're talking about a bunch of rich people. We have more billionaires in this administration than we've ever had in the history of this country. So, by removing
I'm
the
not
deep
saying
state,
that Trump is not from the deep state too, but I think it's a inside war in your country right now.
Yeah, yeah. It's the rich people versus everybody else. It's the top 10%. The top 1% is trying to fuck over everybody else. They're not trying. They're doing it. I'm sorry.
You're right, Paula. Yeah, they are doing it successfully.
And if you remember the riots and everything in 2020, Zorro was providing everything.
Zorro?
Whatever his name is, that rich guy.
Who's Soros?
I never got a check.
Can you? Okay, wait. So your contention is that George Soros funded the 2020 riots?
Yeah, Summer Love or whatever
Can
you want to call it.
Can you show me an article? I'd like you to cite that claim, please, sir.
It's just from hearsay, sir. I could be wrong.
Okay, so then let's acknowledge that as
You were here to correct
misinformation. Yeah, I mean, because every time something happens and there's a protest, they say that George Soros is funding the buses.
Okay, see, that's what I used to hear.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
didn't know how true.
everything. Yet Donald Trump takes a guy who ran the Soros Management Fund and puts him as Secretary of Treasury.
All right, one last question. I will let y'all talk. What caused all that rioting? Why were they destroying their own state they live in?
What caused the rioting?
Yeah, what caused
Okay.
all the firebombing, rioting, destruction, death? Why all that?
200
in their own
years,
state?
200 plus years of oppression. That's what caused it.
But their own
And then
place they
it
live
culminated in, well, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it.
Yeah.
It culminated in a police officer digging his knee into the neck of a black man and unaliving him as that black man screamed, "I can't breathe," while somebody recorded it and couldn't do anything about it. It caused serious protests. And then you had this white supremacist. It turns out, I believe he was a cop too. They call him the Umbrella Man. Go look this up. This guy starts throwing bricks into the windows of, I think a Target or something. I don't remember what
Yeah,
business
they
it
hit
was.
all the stores. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this was a agent provocateur, right? They sent somebody in there to rile people up. So then it turns into mass hysteria, which then spreads across the country on purpose. They did that on purpose. The Trump's people did that because up to that point it was largely peaceful, and even most of it was peaceful, but you had pockets of this kind of, violent, whatever you want to call it. Paula, you were trying to jump in. Go ahead.
I just wonder, JP, are you also curious about why MAGA attacked the Capitol?
Don't get me started on that. That guy with a bullhorn was not a Republican.
They were
And he was
Republicans. They
charging
were
through.
all Republicans.
No, he wasn't. They mentioned his name in Congress.
Yeah,
They
yes,
said
he
they
was.
need to bring him
Was his
in.
name Ray? Was his name Ray?
Ray, yes.
Yeah, he was a Republican.
Well, I didn't know he was a Republican, but he sure led them to the door. And I said, "What is that
You
guy doing?"
know who led them. Donald Trump led them.
No,
You know
Trump
who led
said
them.
peaceful and he left.
Oh,
It's
that's
obvious.
did
You
your
know?
mom drop you on your head too many times?
Trump did not start that. Pelosi stopped the National Guard from coming in.
Okay.
Pelosi couldn't
Look,
stop the National Guard. She didn't
Trump
have the
wanted
authority.
The guard's under the president. Dum dum.
Yeah, well,
did
the
not
president
want
wanted
them.
it, but had to get her approval.
No,
Okay,
she
JP.
did
did
have
not.
to get her approval.
JP, I want to point out that just a minute ago, you believed your neighbor when he told you that there was a boom boom at the core of the earth that was there to unalive everybody.
Well, I'm not trying to believe it.
No. I want to bring you back to that point. And you believe that Russia could defeat the United States, and the United States had no chance in hell of defeating Russia. So I want to bring you back to that point when just a moment ago you acknowledged that these things may not be true. So what you're saying, I want you to really evaluate these things in your own mind and not just, oh, well, I heard this on YouTube. Because
Can I unequivocally just disprove this whole narrative that Trump didn't have the authority or the power to deploy the National Guard during J6?
Sure.
He literally just did via the Home Rule Act for quote unquote rampant crime in DC.
Trump was still the acting president until the peaceful transfer of power occurred. Despite the election having concluded, Trump was still in power of the National Guard in D.C. He requires, and he explicitly just showed you recently, he does not require approval from anyone to deploy the National Guard in D.C. for any reason under the Home Rule Act. Subsection, I think it's 740. And for you to continue to run along the narrative that, oh, he needed the approval from Nancy Pelosi. He absolutely did not. He doesn't need the approval from anyone to deploy the National Guard in Washington, D.C. So Trump allowed it to occur.
Different. Capitol building's
no, it's
not under.
No,
yes,
it's not. It's not
under,
any
it is
different.
not.
He proved us
It
that.
was Nancy Pelosi at the time who had complete control over
Sammy,
the Capitol building.
Sammy, you're just wrong. You're just explicitly wrong here.
I'm
Okay.
so sick and tired of
Okay,
MAGA.
well,
whatever you want to think.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
so
let,
sick of
let's.
MAGA. I'm so
Look it
sick
up.
of
That's not what I
MAGA
think.
people.
It's what he just did.
Well,
That was not
okay.
Washington, D.C. city. The Capitol building's under Nancy Pelosi's jurisdiction.
No, it's not. No, it's
It
not.
was at that point. She was.
You
she was
have
leader,
no fucking
she was
idea
leader
what
of
you're talking about,
She was House
Stevie. Because
leader.
Mitch
She was-
McConnell was also there, and he's the leader
Mitch
of the
McConnell
Senate.
does not have.
What kind of
It's
fucking
Nancy
moron are
Pelosi.
you?
She's the next in line after the vice president, for God's sakes.
Such a moron. No, he's not. No, she's not. There's one
She is
between.
too.
The guy that your people
I
were
just
trying
said
to hang
between
that
the vice
day.
president, she's the next one.
Okay, Sammy, I want you to show me the provision where it says that Nancy Pelosi was the one who had to approve that.
She was actually notified, and she denied the help of the National Guard that day.
You
Okay,
can't.
then
They
show
were
it to me.
begging for
Then-
help that day.
No.
What
Then
the
sh-
fuck are
hold
you
on,
talking about?
hold on.
She did not want it.
Sammy, then show
Wanted
it to me.
happen. This
Yeah.
was a
Sammy,
total.
Prove
This
it.
is a total
Sammy.
narrative brought on by the deep state.
Sammy, show it to
You
me.
fucking deluded people.
No, you can believe whatever you want, man. You know that's
Sammy.
the freedom of this country. You
Sammy.
can look it up yourself.
Sammy.
Whatever you want to do.
Sammy, I want you to
Yeah.
prove your claim. Show the statute and/or the rules that would lead you to believe that
You
Nancy
don't have
Pelosi.
access- I don't have a computer in front of me right now. I got a phone.
Okay, then you're making claims. Then tell me where to look this up. If you haven't the ability to use your phone to find this and cite your source, then tell me and I'll do it for you.
You're smart enough to do that, and if you're
No.
inquisitive,
No. It's your claim. The onus is on you. If you
that
don't
is
know
the-
where it's
that is
at,
the law. That is the law. You
Show
can look
me.
it up yourself.
what statute?
That's the law. Come on,
Sir,
man.
I
Don't play
can't.
stupid.
No, okay, I'm not. Okay, I'm not playing stupid. You cannot
Also a
prove.
Demo-
Listen, Sammy, you can't prove a
Democrat
negative.
also, by the way.
You're telling me to go find information that I already know is untrue, and then I know you cannot find a fucking proof of what you're saying is true. I can't prove that what
The
you're
House
saying
is
is false because if it's false, it doesn't exist, Sammy.
Did you watch
Speaker of
any?
the House is not the leader of the
Sammy,
House.
shut up. Shut up, Sammy. Listen to me.
No.
Charity?
Did you watch?
Oh my God! Please.
Did
No.
you watch any? Did you watch any of the House committee on January 6th? Did you
Well-
watch any of it? I want to know.
Why did they delete so much of it since then?
That's not my question. Did you
Yeah,
watch
well, that's
any
my
of
question.
the
Why?
hearings
Why would they
that
do
the-
that?
The
Why do you
House
think they do
committee.
that?
Shut up.
Yeah, just shut up. I get it.
Did
It's okay.
you watch any of the House committees on January 6th? Did you watch any of it? Because I
one that-
watched all of it. Shut up.
one-
I'm talking.
Okay.
I watched all of it during the whole hours because it was hours that they were at the Capitol. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, fucking McCarthy, they were all trying to get the president to send in the National Guard. And you know what he did? He sat there and he watched with glee while they chanted "Hang Mike Pence," while they tried to get to our Congress people to unalive them. So shut the hell up. Unless you watched any of it, you don't know anything.
Yeah, I watch all that shit too. It was
This
a fucking
article-
It was a dog and pony show.
Sammy,
This article,
categorically,
Nancy-
Sammy, you did
Nancy
not watch
Pelosi
it.
set that whole
Sammy, you
committee
did
up
not watch
without
it.
any-
Sammy, you don't even understand how government works. Why don't you
Nancy
pull that
Pelosi
MAGA
put
plug
enemies of
out of your
Trump on that
ass and
committee.
go read something?
this whole thing that Madam just talked about is still literally on the National Guard military website right now about their response after the fact on January 8th, 2021. And it goes over exactly what happened. And there is literally no call from Donald Trump to deploy the National Guard in the first place for Nancy Pelosi to even deny, because she doesn't even have the ability to fucking do so.
Real quick.
You
Sammy.
are a QAnon conspiracy theorist. That is what you are. Like, go look at your fucking numerology with your Ouija board on Twitter and get the answers from, I don't know, fucking whoever it is at this point in time who's controlling it.
I've had very accurate Ouija boards before, believe me.
Okay, Sammy,
Yeah.
guys, whoa.
bro.
Hold on. I'm going to read this statute here. There shall be a Capitol Police. There shall be a captain of the Capitol Police and such other members with such rates of compensation respectively as may be appropriated for by Congress from year to year. The Capitol Police shall be headed by a chief who shall be appointed by the Capitol Police Board and shall serve at the pleasure of the board. The Speaker of the House is on the board but does not control the board. That is where you're getting your crossed wires. Nancy Pelosi had no authority.
So she couldn't advise them. She couldn't advise them to maybe not let people in, like it was a tour.
A board meets in that moment.
How come some of those Capitol Police were opening the door and escorting people in like they were on a tour?
Sammy.
Did you see those pictures? Did you see those videos?
Yes, Sammy.
Okay, thank you.
Sammy.
All right.
Sammy, the
Case
Capitol.
closed.
Sammy, hold on. Sammy, the Capitol Police were there. So you wanting her to do something, because your claim initially, I believe, was that she controlled the National Guard. But then you conflated the National Guard and the Capitol Police. But the Capitol Police. Hold on, Sammy. Hold on.
Did she call
yes, they
Trump
did.
and ask for help?
Yes, they absolutely did. What are you talking about? Yes.
After it was done?
For hours. What are you talking about? They were all under attack. Okay. So
during the attack.
Right, while
They
it
don't
was
have
going
cell
on.
phones?
Yes.
They don't have cell phones?
Okay, Sammy, stop. The Capitol Police were being beaten by the J6 rioters. They were there. There was nothing they could do. They needed the National Guard to come in. The National Guard in D.C. is unilaterally controlled by the President of the United States. It has always been that way. He has unilateral authority to call them in to go and do something. He could have done it. He's the only person that could have unilaterally done it, and he refused to do it for several hours.
Was the Capitol burnt down?
Does that matter? We're
Was your
talking.
windows broken?
You're
Your windows
listen.
broken,
You're
right?
squirreling,
Yes, there
Sammy.
were windows
Sammy
broken.
the squirrel.
There was property
Sammy the
damage,
squirrel. Hold
and
on, Sammy the squirrel. I just proved this guy doesn't know what he's
There was
talking
stuff-
about. And instead of addressing this and saying, well, maybe I'm wrong, he says, was it burned down? He's moving the goalpost. He's squirreling off again.
No.
Sammy, just quit.
Show me the proof that Nancy called Trump and asked for National Guard help then.
This fucking goalpost has moved from Sammy all the way to where Pluto used
Well, I'm
to
just
fucking
asking.
be.
Did she? Is there one phone call I
Donald
can
Trump
trace?
wasn't watching it himself? Is that what your claim is?
I'm asking. Did
Whoa.
Nancy
The
Pelosi
guy,
watch-
hold on, wait. The guy that was in charge of the National Guard sat there and watched it unfold, and you
With
think,
glee.
and you
With
think that
glee.
the president, hold on, you think that the president should have zero accountability for him deciding not to. And instead, you want to put the onus on Nancy Pelosi, who does not control the National Guard, who was in the middle of an attack, who had her desk shit on, by the way, by these sick fucks. And you're focused on Nancy Pelosi, who doesn't control the military, and you say nothing about the president, who does control the National Guard, not doing a thing while watching it. That's interesting, Sammy.
And also, if I can
What
say
you want?
something,
I can tell you right now, she's in control. She could have called the president anytime
She isn't.
wanted.
That's a lie. Don't repeat that again, or I'll
Sammy,
drop you for
Sammy,
misinformation.
you
Lars,
are
go ahead.
implying that someone has more power than the president.
Name one person on the committee that was pro-Trump.
Hey, Sammy.
I
Sammy,
didn't
why
say
didn't
anything
Trump have to?
about that.
Sammy,
You
why didn't
claim
Trump have to
that-
get Nancy Pelosi's
You
approval
claim
this
that
time around for the
Pelosi
ONU
had
Act?
more power
Because
than
she's
the
leader.
president.
She's a speaker.
She's
Speaking
the leader
What
of
does
the
a speaker
speaker.
mean? What does a lead speaker mean?
She's the leader of the
leader?
speaker.
Right? I mean, come on, man.
And Sammy, let me ask you something.
Okay.
Who said, Proud Boys, stand down and stand by?
Stand back and stand by.
Not amusing.
If that is not inciting
Who said go peacefully? Who said go peacefully?
Who also said go wild? It's going to be wild. Yeah, it's going to be wild. You got to fight like hell, or you're going to lose your country.
Fight like hell.
Go peacefully.
I still
Hey, by the way, this topic
He also
started
lied and
out
said
with
he was going to go down to the
Who was
Capitol
the-
with them.
who was the first president
Trump
to
said,
send arms
Trump
to
said
Ukraine?
there'd be blood
Who
in
was
the
the first
street.
president to send arms to Ukraine?
Trump said during the campaign,
maybe the vice
Trump
president
said,
deserved to be hanged.
Trump said during the campaign that if he did not win the election, there would be blood in the streets.
Show me that one.
Oh, and
I'm
during
not
the
near,
attack,
I'm not near a
with-
computer, Sammy. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
And-
fucking full of bullshit.
and during the attack, not to mention during the attack,
I know
when
Orange
he-
Man bad, Biden good,
When-
Kamala good,
when-
Orange Man
shut
bad. I
up.
get it. It's
Can
the
I
same old
speak?
fucking mantra over and
No,
over and
he's
over
a
again.
convicted felon, Sammy.
Oh
What
my
do you
God!
not get about it?
By the
He
most
was
liberal
never
fucking
convicted.
state and prosecutor in the country.
Cry me a goddamn river.
Jesus Christ! There was a Banana Republic court case there. He's giving me a break.
During-
Get the fuck out.
Give me
Hey,
a fucking break.
do you forget about
What a
the fact
joke.
that during the attack, when he tweeted and said
When he
Mike
tweeted,
Pence
blah, blah,
didn't
blah,
have
blah, blah. Come on, man, grow up.
balls to do what he needed to do, and then his supporters started to chant, "Hang Mike Pence! Hang Mike Pence! Hang Mike Pence!" They erected a gallows at the Capitol.
Wow! Holy
fucking
shit! Are you
delusional.
kidding me? Man, what a bummer.
It was a day of peace and love, though.
Sammy, I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I'm a
Who
lifetime
had
Democrat.
to
I'm not in
approve?
love with him, but
Who
he
had
did-
to approve?
He got attacked
You're not
by
a
fucking
fucking
deep state big
Democrat.
time.
You're not
Oh
a
yeah,
Democrat.
I can see both sides.
You're not a
I can see both sides. That's the
Sammy.
only thing between me and you.
Sammy.
I can see both sides.
Sammy.
Okay.
Sammy, who had to approve this most recent deployment of the National Guard via the Home Rule Act?
Not on the Capitol building. He didn't. That's all. They're always Capitol Police there anyway.
Sammy, who had to approve it, Sammy?
He did that on his own. So what?
Then you're fucking disproving your own claim in 2021. Yes.
The Capitol building, he's not responsible for. Nancy Pelosi is.
Claps for Sammy.
Yes, he is.
Fucking his own argument up. Good job, Sammy.
Why is she the leader? What do they call the leader of the House? This Capitol building is her fucking house.
It doesn't matter who the leader
Oh,
of the
it doesn't
House is
matter.
in regards
Oh, no.
to military occupying forces.
Here we go. Listen to
she has
this.
to approve.
Hey,
Okay,
Sammy. Sammy, listen to
Here's
this.
an easy-
Listen,
here's
listen, listen.
100% tariff on every single car
Just listen.
that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it.
Trump's campaign.
It's going to be a bloodbath if he doesn't get elected.
Yeah.
Sammy.
It's a metaphor. So what?
Here's
It's a
an
metaphor.
even
You
easier-
just said he
Yeah, of
never
course
said
it is.
that. I just
Of course
played it for you.
That's a metaphor.
And you
don't-
right.
It's
Yeah.
like when you
Oh,
say,
yeah.
I'm
Here's
going to kill. If you, I'm going to, it's like one of those things people say.
I'm not.
But calling
Sammy,
him a
here's a fucking-
fascist is
fucking
violent
pretzel.
rhetoric, right?
Hey, who's the first president to send arms to Ukraine?
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Sammy, here's a slow ball
Probably
for you
Clinton.
over
Just say his
fucking
name.
over
Which
Senate.
one sent
Here's
arms
a-
to Ukraine?
Here's a fucking softball for you, okay? Let's
Which
say
presidents
an
got-
invading
when
force.
did Putin invade?
No, Sammy, shut
did
up.
Putin
Who
invade
cares
Ukraine?
what you
Under
want to
what
even
presidents?
try and go into?
In 2014,
Okay.
he annexed Crimea, so I would say that was Obama.
If there is an
Thank you.
occupying force in Washington,
Bush,
D.C.,
and
who would
Biden.
respond? Sammy, if there's an occupying force in D.C., who would respond? Is it fucking Nancy Pelosi or the military?
Are you kidding me? The Capitol Police, if they could handle it, they could have.
Okay, and what if the Capitol Police can't handle it, Sammy?
Well,
who would respond then?
They actually could have handled it if they didn't let people in like fucking a tour.
Sammy, it's an occupying force. Let's assume that the Capitol Police can't handle it. Who responds, Sammy?
An unarmed insurrection. That's pretty rare.
Sammy,
They were
Sammy,
not unarmed.
quit making the
shut up.
straw
yes, they
man.
were.
I'm literally
No, the
just
fuck they
posing the
weren't.
argument.
Would they have
occupying
flagpoles?
forces in D.C.?
Would they have flagpoles?
Sammy, look over here. There's a squirrel. Okay, the fucking occupying forces in D.C. Who responds?
Who do you think?
The military. I'll answer it for you. The military. Who controls the military, Sammy?
Did one person get convicted of an insurrection?
Who is
Who is the chief of the military?
No, there
Who
are
is the
multiple
commander
that
in
were
chief?
convicted of seditious conspiracy, though. You know, Rhodes, he got 12 years or something like that. The Proud Boys,
Peace
Enrique
and love.
Tarrio, he was convicted
Take that, cop.
24 years.
Take that, cop. Here, let me beat you with the stick, cop. Peace and love, Sammy.
I'm sure they all died that day too.
I got more for
Sammy,
you, buddy.
your whole narrative is built on a foundation of QAnon conspiracies and lies. I don't want to hear a single goddamn fucking thing out of your mouth when it comes to trying to espouse this bullshit rhetoric.
All you believe is the
while
DNC
you
narrative.
deep-throat,
You're on the DNC narrative.
You're
I get
just
it.
deep-throating boots.
You just
It's
admitted
all
you're on the
doing,
DNC
Sammy.
payroll.
Here you go, Sammy.
Dude, I fucking wish. I'll wait
Just
for my
licking
paycheck
Trump's
still.
ass.
Look
I
at
wouldn't
those.
doubt they pay
Look at
these
those
little
Capitol
fuckers
Police
to lie.
letting all these people in. Look at this. Look at them letting
Yeah,
them
they
in. Do you
did.
see that?
They
Look at
actually
that.
did.
Look at that. They're using the riot shields to pull the protesters
the guy with
in.
the fucking buffalo hat on
Yeah.
was like,
No.
like the guided tour.
They're beating the police. No, you don't believe your eyes, Sammy. Don't believe your eyes, Sammy, okay?
Well, what about
look
the
at this.
video of Dominic?
Look, the Capitol
Dominic
Police
Toretto or
are
whatever.
pulling people through the door. Look at this. Do you see that?
It depends what video you watch.
As they get beaten by
You can watch.
sticks,
There's different videos.
batons,
They
as they
actually
get
didn't show-
maced.
They didn't show.
Look at this.
They didn't show the guy.
Look at
tour
this,
in the
Sammy.
hearings.
Did you see this one, Sammy?
The guided tours happened.
Did
the
you
night
see this,
before
Sammy?
From the Republican
Oh
Congress
yeah, no, it wasn't
Look
the
at
night
'em.
before. It was right during.
They're like, if you don't come into the Capitol, I'm going to tase you while you beat me.
How many? How many?
Is
how
that
many
what
FBI
happened,
agents
Sammy?
were? How many
Yeah.
FBI agents were in the crowd?
Is that what
How
happened,
about
Sammy?
How about
Hold on,
Dominic
I'm gonna-
Toretto, who took a shield
The FBI
and
director
broke the first
Ray
window of the
admitted that there were
Capitol
FBI agents
to
in the.
actually
He goes,
start
Sammy.
having people climb in through the window.
Look at that.
How many
they're
FBI
macing.
agents were in the
Hey,
crowd?
Sammy, look, they're
Hairspray.
macing the police because they're like, we need you to pull us in. Stop pulling us in, and we're gonna mace you. Watch this, Sammy. Watch this. Peace and
I'm
love.
gonna go take a lap because I'm fairly positive
this.
I'm about to get a flag for fucking bullying
Look at-
Sammy.
Well,
do
it's-
you see that?
it's too-
Look,
it's-
Sammy.
you know what?
They're
It's too bad they didn't
macing
take
the
over, you know?
police.
It's too bad they didn't get a chance to take it over. I wish they did.
They're
You know, it needs
macing
to
the
be taken
police. They're macing the
You're a
police
fucking
because
traitor
the
to
police
this
were trying to
nation,
pull them
Sammy.
in.
You're
Look at this,
fucking
Sammy.
disgusting
Look,
human
Sammy.
being.
What did our-
You're
what
a
did our rev-
fucking
what-
treasonous
what
piece
did our
of
fo-
shit
what did our
to
forefathers
this
do to-
country, and you're the
What
type
did our
of people that need to
forefathers
get
do
the
to the
fuck
King
out.
of England? What do you think they did? Do you think they were armed?
Here's what they did. They kicked him out just like I kicked your dumb fucking ass out, you idiot. Get out of here.
Thank you.
That was ridiculous, Sammy. You're a lost cause, sir. You're a lost cause. There's nothing I can do for you. Under normal circumstances, I could have a decent conversation with you. But no, you're too deep in the Kool-Aid, my dude. Let's bring in Gregory. Chris, would you
Hey
like
there.
to add something to this shit show that is the live today?
Sammy was demented.
He's a traitor to our country.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi has more power than the President of the United States. I'm Sammy, and I'll approve this message.
Well, you need to. I'm so angry. I'm so over it. I'm so over being nice. So if you just need to drop me when I'm cussing, feel free. I won't get
spicy
upset.
Paula.
I mean, look, there's nothing you can do for a guy like that. I don't even know at this point if they believe it or if maybe George Soros, Scott Bessent is paying these people. I mean, because that's what they say about us. We're always getting paid, so maybe that's where they came from.
You tell yourself a lie so many times it becomes reality to you.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do with that? Like, Sammy would interrupt. He would, he would move the goalpost. He would talk.
Nothing.
Oh, did they burn the Capitol? And what? And
They're TFG lib. They're too far gone. Some of them are just not rehabilitatable.
yeah,
I like that. Too far gone. TFG.
crazy.
I mean, they were convicted. They were convicted in a court of law for their felonies. How much more proof do you need?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, I feel like I started all this up, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Hey, but I have a question.
Sure.
Don't they have a second White House they built to do some to do the media, and I mean, isn't there a second White House somewhere?
No.
That's about
No, but there's one that
told
there's a second White House that was built. It's not a real White House, but it was built for movies.
Yeah. Well, all right. So
But
for
it's
the
not.
movie.
But it's not a White House. It's just a set. Yeah.
All right, thanks. I was kind of curious about that.
Did you get that from your neighbor, JP?
No, I heard that. from
Underneath it, they're
people who
building
are-
a EMT.
I'm starting to be very intrigued by your neighbor, though. Not gonna lie, that guy
I
would
wish
probably
you
be
could
fun to
talk
have a
him.
beer with. I probably
No, I wish you could talk with this guy.
tell him to come
My
up
brother
here.
is a conspiracy theorist, so I have enough of it in my family.
Yeah, I mean, some people are, I don't know. It's fascinating to listen to some of them because some of the stuff that people believe is just so insane.
It's
And maybe,
crazy.
maybe I was that person at one point. I'd like
I've
to
never
think
been
not.
that person.
Yeah, I'd like to
I
think
found
not,
it
but
hard to believe when he said there's one button they can push and blow the whole Earth up.
Yeah, no.
the lasers, the sharks, they put the lasers on the sharks' fins. That's how they do it. And then all across the world, all the lasers, they join into one thing and it beams straight down. It's like a mirror, okay? And it beams down and it blows the Earth up. That's how it goes.
Sounds like some Austin Powers shit.
And it only cost them $1 million.
$1 billion.
Oh, is it $1 billion? See, I
No,
fucked
he
that
got
up.
$1 million bajillion gazillion dollars.
A mini
I
me.
thought that was true.
Fulfillion.
It's the space lasers. Oh, speaking
minute.
of interesting science fiction stuff, they have E. coli. They use this E. coli bacteria to eat plastic to turn it into paracetamol, which I believe is acetaminophen.
Wow.
Pretty interesting. So the tism is from plastic that was eaten from the bacteria of E. coli. According to Donald
Hey,
Trump.
our
Don't tell them this
satellites-
because that will put RFK down a fucking rabbit hole he'll never come out of. Maybe that's a good thing.
Our satellites, are they actually equipped with weapons?
Of mass destruction.
That's
Hey,
it.
No.
everybody.
I think
Can
they
I
have
just-
defense capabilities, yes. Sorry, Paul.
Let me. Yeah, I just want to say, everybody, can you guys share the live 3 times and repost it to your story? You just by tapping add to story.
Yeah.
And let's get those likes up there. Chimp is on a fucking awesome show, and you cheap ass bastards need to be gifting. So thank you.
Y'all be careful. She's going to literally come into the comment section and start, January 6ing people. That's mace and sticks, but it's all in peace and love, right, Paula? It's all with peace and love.
It's all from love. It's all from love.
See, the part that they cut out of the videos, and you guys may not know this, but I've heard it. They were saying "I love you" as they beat them and maced them, because
Bear spray.
it was all it was just affection directly.
Yeah, remember when Tucker Carlson tried showing that one video?
Oh, thank you for that. That's awesome.
About.
What the hell was that? I haven't seen
You
that.
had butterflies.
That was a Caterpillar Chaos. Miss Chaos. That's cool. They named
that's
a
so
gift
cool.
after you, Miss Chaos.
Wow.
That's pretty funny.
Well, y'all need to share the live. Come on, guys.
Share the love, share the live. Yeah, let's get to 20K as quickly as we can. It shouldn't
What's
take
your
too long.
opinion
We got
about
9K.
Tucker Carlson's talks?
My thought is that when we all start agreeing with Tucker Carlson, it's because we've entered the Twilight Zone. That's right. Because, when Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens make sense, something's fucked up in the world. Okay?
Wow.
Something's fucked up in the world. So there are reports they're claiming that Tyler is on a live watch. Haven't we seen this movie before?
1,000 times.
Who is Tyler?
Robinson. the alleged unaliver of Charlie
yeah.
Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
He's not the pew-pewer.
Yeah. Well, like earlier, I played this clip from Mossad. Matter of fact, I'll play it again. It was a Mossad agent. This was on 60 Minutes talking about.
Doesn't Ben Shapiro do the same thing that the guy did that got shot did?
Except
Go
for
to colleges, talk to them, answer questions.
Say what now?
Ben Shapiro. He does the same thing that Charlie Kirk did, but he did it inside the colleges. I've watched a few of his.
Yeah,
The kids who file in.
kind of. Yes, I mean he was less into that than Charlie was. That was pretty much most of what Charlie
But he
did.
talks like a
yeah.
robot.
I
Yeah.
felt like Shapiro would be his successor.
Shapiro would be Kirk's successor.
DK. Yeah.
Oh well, he's trying to. He said right after that he was going to go in there and start doing the college debates again.
Well, it looks like Erica's going to take the reins.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Of the
he,
company, I mean.
right. Well,
Erica was-
that is an
Erica-
interesting rabbit hole, Erica.
Yeah,
Wow.
her story's weird. Did you hear about Romania? She went over to Romania and started
was asked to leave.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so we looked it up like live on the show the other day when that claim first came out, and we could find no information that they actually asked the Romanian Angels to leave, which is the name of that organization. But we also couldn't find any fucking information on that company either. They scrubbed the fuck out of that. It's gone.
Oh.
Yeah, so like you see it in interviews where she talks about it. She had some kind of contract with the U.S. Marine Corps to, I guess, do logistics or whatever with the presence, getting them over there. But then you dig further or you find nothing. It's weird. It's a little
all
weird. Yeah. But real quick, I want to play this clip. I played it earlier. People may not have heard it, though.
Taiwan, Gold Apollo, did they know that they were working with people from Mossad?
Gold Apollo had zero clue that they are working with the Mossad.
And neither did Hezbollah.
When they are buying from us, they have zero clue that they are buying from the Mossad. We make like Truman Show. Everything is controlled by us behind the scene. In their experience, everything is normal. Everything was 100% kosher, including businessmen, marketing, engineers, showroom, everything.
To further the plot,
Yeah. I mean, they just come right out and admit it. Matter of fact, at 2 minutes, I think, is when he also makes some similar
to
statements.
Hezbollah paid for this weapon. Price that couldn't over 60 activate for 10 years to buy this.
Well, obviously, they didn't know that they were buying it from Israel.
Who did they buy it from? Or think they were buying it from?
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that has no way being traced back to Israel, shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors, we're the producers, we're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's.
Wait,
That's a
so
Mossad
the
agent saying this.
So the Hezbollah pager incident was more than 10 years in the making?
Yep. No. So it wasn't 10 years in the making. It took them less than a year to do it. But those pagers that they had in existence for 10 years.
So they had to have had the plan more than 10 years in advance.
Yes.
To
Yes. So
equip the
yes,
devices with explosives.
they started sending those explosive pagers and walkies or what have you to them 10 years prior to this. So they could have detonated this at any point. But they didn't detonate it until when they detonated it 10 years later.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, so when you think conspiracy, that's crazy to think about. No, I mean, they literally are doing these things and they're like, oh, look what we did. Like, yeah,
And what
we know-
else
we
did
know.
they have in the plans? If they, you know what I mean?
Hell, for all I know, every fucking American cell phone is at risk.
Oh, it's like what was it? Was it Kingsland, or was that the movie that they did? Kingsguard.
What about that movie? I don't
Did
know
you see
anything
that
about it.
movie? I think it was called Kingman. That's what it's called. The Kingman with Samuel L. Jackson.
Mm-mm.
You didn't see that? They literally did that. Put devices in cell phones to like make us go crazy.
Oh no, no, I'm not sure what you're talking about with that. No, in
That's a
terms of
good
the movie,
movie.
I've never seen the movie. No,
Yeah, it's called The Kingman.
is it older or newer?
Within the
It's
last
about 4
10
or 5
years.
years. Yeah.
4 or 5 years. Yeah. Did you guys see the Snake Eyes conspiracies?
I heard something about it, but I haven't seen Snake Eyes.
Okay, let me. I watched the movie, but this is I sent it to my wife. So let me. U.S. veterans attacked by Israel. That's what
I think I'm
came
just walking up.
Hold on, I gotta find this. Oh shit! I got like 2,000 things. It's like. There we go. Oh shit! There it is. I think. It's taking forever to load. Holy crap. Well, maybe I won't find it. Yeah, it's not loading for some reason. I don't know why. Let me try it again. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy. Actually, I should be able to copy the link. Let me do that. From my phone, I can copy it over to my computer.
One with Nick Cage.
Yes.
That's so good. That's a great movie.
Oh, you've seen the movie?
Oh yeah, I saw it when it came out a million years ago.
The hell, I swear I shared that.
What's it about,
Yeah,
Paula?
here we go. Paula?
Oh well, I can barely remember it. It was all about distractions, right? Like there was a scene in a boxing scene, and I can't remember more than that, Tim. I remember it was a good movie though.
So what's the conspiracy theory about it?
Well, let me just put it up here because you should be able to hear it. Okay, so okay, I can't find it. So fuck it. Just look it up. Just look up Snake Eyes. There were a bunch of videos about it yesterday. Like the date, September 10th, was the date that one of the people there got it in the neck. That was assassinated in the neck, September 10th, and on the billboard it says Tyler, and the pew-pewer was named Tyler in the film, allegedly.
And the guy
so that's where they got their inspo.
Kirkland.
Yes, Kirkland. What was
I
it?
saw that.
Charles Kirkland or something like that
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
was the name of the guy that got it. Yeah, it's kind of fucking crazy. I mean,
I got
but
a
again,
question.
they tell you what they do before they do it, like Family Guy and the prophetic episodes with Family Guy. I don't know if you guys have seen that shit. Anyway, somebody had a question, JP?
Yeah.
Was that you?
You're good with the conspiracies, correct? Is there a place where all the government people go and meet up separately?
Yes.
Away from the White House and do business?
Yes. Well, it's not necessarily just people from the government. You're probably thinking about Bohemian Grove.
Probably.
Where they like do mock child sacrifices and they pray to this owl god. Yes, that's real.
You remember when Jim Carrey was on the talk show, the comedy guy?
Yes.
And he put his hands on the face and said, "What's this? You know what this is?" He's talking to the host.
Well, he was
So
being
you know what this is.
he was
It
being
was
joking.
No, that was a sign that they used to get into a certain place.
It's the Illuminati symbol is what he was doing, but he was joking.
Alright.
Like the context of when he
But
did
then
that,
he
he
got
was
that phone call. And
he was laughing
acted
about it.
Serious. No, he acted serious. As soon as he got that phone call, Yeah, okay. And then no humor, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, some of these conspiracies are weird because some of those people act weird. I mean, they got, I remember seeing a TikTok video, dude like canoed across the water or whatever to get into the facility, because they actually have facilities at that Bohemian Grove Club. It's been around since like 1920s or something.
Wow.
In California. Yeah, out in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, we got a couple of new people here. Nadine, Kelly, actually, I think you were first. Welcome in. Would you like to add into what we were talking about? Kelly? Kelly going?
I'm sorry. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I knew I love this group, and I knew I would want to comment. I'm just curious to catch up. What are you talking about?
Well,
what's going on in your movies? What? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was just conspiracy kind of talk, really, because I'd played that clip about Mossad saying that they, direct everything and they're the, it's like the Truman Show, that Mossad agent put it. Yeah. Because of the level of shit that they're able to do in order to affect their agenda. Like with the pager attack, that was like 10 years. They put that in the works 10 years prior. So, but really, I mean, it's kind of open because now we've got. Yeah, Mossad agent did on 60 Minutes. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But really, I mean, we can talk about the fact that Donald Trump just gave the go ahead for full enforcement or whatever with military in Portland to go after Antifa.
Yeah,
and other T groups.
Are they going to attack Antifa headquarters?
Yeah, right.
The really frustrating part about that whole thing is Oregon is the second epicenter for the 3Ks. Like, no joke, white supremacists essentially split the state in half. Any place that's not Portland, basically on the western portion of the state, they basically already said that, okay, Utah can have it. No joke. This is a real thing. And the craziest part is, if they gave up, I kid you not, the 75% of the state to the east of Portland, you still would have retained 80% of the state's population. Nobody lives there. It's just a bunch of freaking shit kicking
woods,
woods and white supremacists, mostly from Idaho that basically went southward.
And they're all depressed.
That's the type of thing. Yeah, they're ticked off that, and I honestly think it's basically someone told them in their childhood that they were basically going to have an basically easy life, even if they're mediocre, and Black women started doing better. Asian kids started going to college younger. Black men weren't necessarily kicking the bucket at 35 years old from heart disease in the manner that they want. And oh yeah, now the white women don't even want us. They chose a bear. Not even Tyrone. They chose a bear. That's that's taking them off.
It was that recently that they got ticked off with the bear thing. Was only a few months.
I'm just saying that's one. I'm saying that's like one of the things.
Well,
pointing out that this has been going on for a while.
Right, but has anybody actually seen the protesting that is happening outside the ICE facility in Portland? It's been going on for months. It's been going on for months, and power to them because they are peacefully protesting and doing everything correctly, but they're really pissing the Gestapo off.
And now let me.
Saw that this morning.
And Oregon has actually brought charges against them for brutality against the protesters.
And if you donate to charity and you live in Oregon, you're an organ donor.
Wow.
Hold on. I get that one. That was like really bad. I'm sorry. That was the dumbest shit ever. But I chuckled.
Find your joy.
I chuckled internally. Shh. Don't judge me. Welcome in, guys. We got a couple more people. Yeah, right? Nadine and Kate. Kate, you had been waiting for longer, so Kate, please go ahead, and then I'll let Nadine go ahead if you wanted to add in.
Yeah, I actually was coming up to talk about the movie Snake Eyes because I watched it the other night after I saw that first video of like, this is weird. So I could just give like a quick summary. There are like minor spoiler alerts if anybody, but this is from 1998. So if you haven't seen it yet, you lost your shot. So the political figure, he was the Department of Defense Secretary, Charles Kirkland, was pew-pewed in the neck during a boxing match by a known terrorist. And there is a lot of conspiracy behind it that you ultimately find out that it was conducted in part by quote unquote the deep state. So there was a billionaire who wanted to make money off of something that the DOD was going to be like basically shutting down. So if they shut it down, he wouldn't make the money. So that was the motivation for getting rid of him. And it was on September 10th, again, in the neck, by a person that wasn't ultimately the one responsible. So like the terrorist that actually did the pew-pewing was not like the one that orchestrated all of this. And the tagline was, "Believe everything except your eyes." Because all of the things that everybody seemed to have as truth, right? Like this actually happened. They were able to connect the pew-pewer to the act, conducting the thing, but it was actually like a complete cover-up of a like financial motive for it. On September 10th, all of like the weird overlaps. And Tyler was the boxer who actually had he had been in on it from the beginning, but didn't know about like the pew-pewing. He was supposed to throw the match. So his entire purpose was to be a distraction for the pew-pewing. So yeah, those are a couple little pieces of weird conspiracy woo-woo stuff, but I just wanted to give that quick summary. It was a good movie though, and it's
so I asked Perplexity.
So it's the inspiration?
I asked Perplexity, and let's go through the list here. It says the assassination's victim, Charles Kirkland. Both feature a public event with thousands of attendees. The date, September 10th. The pew-pewer's name, Lincoln Tyler, boxer. Film depicts a long-range sniper pew-pew. Let's see. Both cases involve political figures, lead to speculation. Snake Eyes features scenes at Trump's Taj Mahal and a Mogul character possibly based on Trump. Kirk was a prominent, obviously.
Wait, what? It ties back to DJT?
So apparently there are scenes of the Trump's Taj Mahal. Now, here, this one's interesting, the Jezebel thing. It's set during a destructive storm that I guess they'd named Jezebel, and there was a group of witches who, prior to Kirk, had I guess they called themselves Jezebel, and did a spell on him or whatever. So there's that too.
Yeah, the Taj Mahal connection is, so the boxing match was connected to the casino in Atlantic City. So they had, when they shut down the boxing match, some people went into the hotel casino, and there were a bunch of scenes on the casino floor and in the hotel.
Wait, was DJT in it? Because didn't he used to always make a stipulation that his properties couldn't be in movies unless he had a cameo?
Let me see. I'm going to look up and see. He does not appear, but scenes were filmed at Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, and the presence of his name and branding is clearly visible in several background shots throughout the film. While Trump himself is not credited as appearing or participating, his real estate properties provided the setting for key sequences in the story. So no, he wasn't there, but and he wasn't listed as a cast member or anything like that either. But still, it's kind of fucking weird, y'all, right?
It's inspiration, inspo. Inspo.
It's weird. But and then you got Mossad over there saying, the world is our stage. It's like the Truman Show.
Hmm.
They create alternate realities and get people to believe it, and then those realities turn into fucking nightmares.
Yeah, like they're not committing a genocide against the Palestinian people.
Yeah, don't believe your eyes.
No.
Nadine, welcome in. Did you want to add anything?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Ryan Walters is gone.
Yeah, Ryan
Yes!
Walters is gone. but wait, isn't the best thing that he's gonna start a union for teachers
Right.
to break up the unions that teachers have that ruined education? The man he's on something. He has to be on something.
Yeah, his eyes are
Because
black.
nobody is that crazy, and his eyes are crazy. Have you ever spoken to him like up close and personal?
Yep, I've talked to him in
He's
person.
a
yeah.
wild man. There's something going on with that man, and I don't know what it is, and I don't want to.
I think he's on rugs. Personally, because he's always moving. His jaw's always going, and
Yep.
I've seen those people
But I
before.
wanted to. This is where my mind is at. Two things. I would give up everything that I own if I am wrong, but there is nothing you can say or convince me that JFK was not assassinated by Mossad. Period. Thank you very much forever for the rest of my life. Because he was pressing that Israel and AIPAC, which wasn't called AIPAC at the time, had to register as a foreign agent, and then he was dead, and then they were AIPAC. But anyway.
Yeah, it's true. And Zapruder.
Yeah.
Zapruder,
I think
Oliver
not
Stone. There's a lot of weird things going on there.
Completely reasonable.
They'll never convince me otherwise, because who else pulls a stunt like that? You don't get organizations and political organizations that are going to assassinate a U.S. president because for fun. Like that there was a purpose, there was a reason, and it benefited them, because I don't think anything happens that doesn't benefit them. But the thing that has me really clutching my pearls, and I don't think it's getting enough coverage, enough news, is Pete Hegseth has called to Washington all of the leadership of our nation's military. And if what he does is what I think he's going to do, is extract a loyalty oath to Donald Trump from these people, they're either going to retire because they won't participate in it because their oath is to the Constitution, or they will make the oath, and we are all quite literally fucked. If we lose the military, then it is a military coup, and that's it. It's over. It's the end of the game. And I don't think enough people are outraged. I don't think enough people's heads are exploding. And maybe people don't understand how it happens in other countries.
It happens like this.
Oath, yeah. This is it. This is the way it happens.
Right.
This is
Literally.
the
Because
night of the long knives.
It
exactly.
bifurcates your military, because you're going to have generals that are going to be for the country, and then you're going to have others that will be for the president, and they will gather their troops that are loyal to those generals who are loyal to the country, and then the other ones will gather troops that are loyal to the president. And then you have
the rank and file that are going to follow the captains and the majors, who are just going to do what the generals tell them. This is such a crucial thing, and nobody seems to be really talking about it. And it's terrifying to me, because we could lose the whole game next week. That's it. Game over.
Are we more concerned about the fact that all of our military leadership is going to be in one place to where there could be an incident? Are we more concerned that they're all going to join ranks and be on Trump's side?
So I think
here's what I think. I think it's going to be both. I think that we're going to have, you have to make a pledge to Donald Trump, and if not, you have to go over there to that room, and and let me talk to you guys some more, and then you have them split right down the middle, and the ones that are saying like, no, my oath is to the Constitution, over there, where God only knows what could happen over there. That building could accidentally have a gas explosion, or their cell phones could explode, or God only knows, a U-Haul truck. And then the loyal people are going to go where? To the Pentagon. And then or then they could keep them at the Pentagon and send them where? To Alligator Alcatraz? To Venezuela? Where are they going to send them? Anywhere they want, because they'll be trapped.
To wherever those 1,200 people that are missing from Alligator Alcatraz are?
Yeah, I did a video last night about the point that you had just made, madam, because I was like, whenever they started coming out and like, oh, it's just a pep rally, we're just going to talk about military ethos. I'm like, this could be a ploy to just, for Pearl Harbor, because, it's not a good idea to take all your shit, put it in one spot. That's stupid. Anybody knows that. And so it does make that a juicy target for anybody, because they're going to know when, they're going to know where.
Which is exactly what probably happened
with Pearl Harbor
and Utah.
What do you mean?
Has
What do you
this
mean by
happened
that?
before? Like, has this sort of thing where they've gotten all the military in one place happened before, like since World War II?
I don't think so. Not like that. Not
Like
like
it's
that. No.
completely unprecedented.
Yes.
Yeah, my understanding is that they're usually what they do is like either weekly or monthly or whatever group it is, or like whatever, you know what I mean? Like the type of generals or admirals or whoever, they will get on like skiffs on a regular basis and have like basically team call, right? Instead of having in-person meetings. And it is my understanding that this has never happened before, where a meeting was called in person without having been like scheduled way in advance and had the reason provided ahead of time. Like, this is completely unprecedented. And they also have a way to talk to everybody all at once on secure lines.
Right.
Yeah,
So
right. Like there's no real
have to
reason
do it in
for it
person.
other than the optics.
Correct.
Yeah. I watched I don't know, am I allowed to, if someone posted something and I reposted it, am I allowed to say the person's name? I don't know how you feel about that.
What do you mean?
Like, I want to make a suggestion of a video.
Okay.
Am I allowed to do that? Are you
So, like a video that somebody posted on TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, his name is Angry Male Vet. And
Okay.
this post was only done like a day ago, and it's got like 82,000 hearts on it and 21 repostings. So he's talking about the how he thinks that we don't have so much to worry about with these.
Is this the
soldiers
guy?
meeting there. Yeah. Is he okay or no?
Is he what?
Do you know anything good or bad about him, or?
I don't know. Is this the guy?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything
Yeah.
about the guy. No.
Yeah. I've
You're
seen him a
saying
few
that
times.
he thinks it's not a big deal.
Well, not a big deal, but not the possibilities aren't as dire as people think that, what could happen.
Well, if Iran, for example, wanted to get revenge for all of their generals being unalived,
Yeah.
do you think it sweetens
Oh.
the pot if every one of our generals is in a location that is known?
Yeah,
Well, I
paints a
think-
major target.
So the
Yeah, no,
it's so we don't know what's going to happen, right? But I don't think it's stupid to talk about how ridiculous and dumb it is to put everybody in one spot and then tell the
no.
world, like, hey, all of our generals, all of our top
Yeah.
guys are going to be
No,
at this location at this time on this day.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah, I see that. But his idea was that, these high up people come up through the ranks and they know enough to basically, if something happens to me, there's people below and people below and people below that
Like-
will handle.
Right,
If
like our
something like-
military
Well,
is
sure.
it's strategically done the way it is so that there isn't an instance where it can be fully taken over.
Yeah, and that was his point, and I thought that was kind of the first impression that I had of it.
I mean,
Is, yeah, it could be something pretty bad could be happening.
That's true, but think of it
But-
this way. I mean,
Like-
if for example that happens,
We can't, liberal.
Yeah,
We can
Tim-
barely hear you, Tim.
Can't hear-
Oh,
yeah.
sorry guys. I mean, if that happens, we know Donald Trump likes his loyalty oaths. We've seen it in writing in the fucking indictments, right? If he were to put them all in one place and they get unalived, he now doesn't even have to ask. They can pull in new generals based on the loyalty test. They won't have generals that are already there with a loyalty test. So in this instance, like, it'll work both ways for them, and maybe that's the goal. Or they want people to have something to talk about, some conspiracy theory, some, that we go on and on about. That's a possibility because of CK and the fact that now the world is literally onto Israel and what they're doing. The fucking UN General Assembly walking out on that piece of shit.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, so the world is waking up.
But
the world's waking
even
up.
Better. It's even better now because the new flotilla is heading towards Gaza, and they've got military.
Yes, Spain,
Italy,
Spain, Italy, and Greece.
Italy and Greece have a military escort, and if Israel then fires, then that's World War III. I mean, I don't think people realize how bad this could be. Because if they fire those drones and hit one of those boats that is being escorted by the military of nations, that's going to be bad news. That's going to be bad for them. It's going to be bad for us because we're the only dumbasses that are still carrying their shoes. The whole rest of the world is like, you people are crazy and we don't want any part of you, but not us. We're like, you bet. What can we do? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full.
Yeah,
the thing about
50 states in one Israel. What do you expect?
The thing about the military that is causing me concern is that I think it's foolishness on Hegseth's part, but I'm sure Trump loves the majesty of it. Like, look at all my generals, but it's a target. I'm not concerned that we're going to kill our own generals. I'm worried that somebody else is going to say, holy fuck, look, the United States has all their big military in one place. You know what we could do? And then he will be able to put into place people that are 100% loyal and say like, oh, Crimea River, because look what happened. Oh, the poor generals. And he would love it because then he could put his people in. And it's just terrifying. It's just things that keep me up at night.
For anybody that isn't sure about the 50 states, one Israel, there's a delegation. They made a conference about it. So it's like a real thing. This is something that the Ministry of Defense for Israel put on.
And 250 of our Congress people went over there.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't even think you could call it conspiracy at this point. It's just the fact that they own our asses.
Yeah.
Through compromat, I mean, through whatever means, I don't know how, but like Cory Booker, did you guys see that video of Cory Booker with the rabbi dressed as a clown on his back, dancing around in a circle?
I didn't.
No.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
One thing that
I think I heard about it, but
one thing that worries me is Trump is now saying he's going to attack Venezuela.
And Venezuela is ready for war.
Yeah.
This was...
And Colombia, did you see what the Colombian president said at the UN?
No, but...
The president of Colombia at the UN basically said that those people on those ships were just fishermen and migrants, and that Trump is a war criminal, and that he's a problem for the whole world.
Yeah.
And then Rubio revoked the president of Colombia's visa immediately.
Yeah, here's that video. By the way, this was when he was a Rhodes Scholar back in 1993. They were doing some Jewish festival for Purim or something. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but here he is, Rabbi Shmuley. This is Cory Booker. And then you wonder why. Like, what the fuck is this?
Anyone say infiltrated boys and girls?
Like what the fuck is that? Let me, because it gets cut off because I remove some of that. This way you can see the whole thing here. Well, maybe if the fucking thing will work. And see, they already unalived the internet here. They're like, oh shit, he's showing that. Get him.
Yeah, that's my paranoia.
Why does he look like a creepy clown?
What the fuck?
It's some kind of holiday celebration. Maybe it was.
They're on to me, guys. They're on to me.
Yeah. Yep. They're
You know what? I
saw a video yesterday about.
Is it Cory Booker?
Yes.
Yeah. I saw a video
Cory Booker is bought and
yesterday.
paid for by APAC. Most of our government is bought and paid for by APAC.
You can't see his
Yeah.
face, but this was reported. This was reported on by like actual news outlets that this was Cory
Like-
Booker.
Okay. Yeah.
But he wasn't a senator then, was he?
Nope, he was a
He
Rhodes.
wasn't anything
He was a
then. It
Rhodes
was in
Scholar at that
93.
time. Yeah, correct.
So,
1993. Here we go.
So Israel got their claws into him years
Early.
and years and years ago.
Yeah.
I mean,
Here,
It's just fucking bizarre.
Until we unhitch our
Yeah.
wagon from the Israel train, we're going to never be fully respected in the world. And you never know what's happening because there is too much suspicion coming from. I mean, they're trying to steal somebody's country out from underneath them and commit a genocide. You can't trust them for anything.
Well, and the tide is turning. The tide is turning against
Yeah.
Israel, and we are going to get swept away with it because the U.S. is going to hold on for dear
That's
life.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
140 countries have now acknowledged that Palestine is a sovereign nation.
But not us.
Wait, who's it now? Say that again.
In the UN, they had a resolution. It's not technically, it's not done yet, but there were 140 nations that will acknowledge Palestine as a sovereign country.
Yeah.
But they need to do it. It needs to happen. There has to be acknowledgement because
Yeah.
then what happens is Israel is now committing a genocide against a nation state, against a people.
So far, 6 nations have done it.
Yeah. But we need that wave of 100 countries are saying yes, we recognize Palestine. We recognize Palestine.
Me and my buddies are we have wrote and called to the Swedish government and tell them you must acknowledge Palestine. So we'll see what happens.
Lars, how many did you say it was?
140 have pledged to do
It's
it.
157 actually.
That was the
Even more?
latest I got, and 6 nations has actually done it.
And Paula, real quick, I know you were asking. Right here's Washington Post. Cory Booker and the Orthodox rabbi were likely brothers. Now they don't speak.
But they probably don't speak because the Orthodox rabbi is probably against the Zionist interests of Israel, and Cory Booker is not.
Yeah,
And I didn't read
Oxford,
the article.
Oxford, England. The Jewish festival of Purim was in full swing. Music was blasting. Family and friends were bouncing to the beat. 6'3" Cory Booker was laughing and dancing while carrying a 5'6" Orthodox rabbi in a clown suit on his back. So yes, it was Cory Booker.
It's pronounced Purim,
thank you.
just Purim, like that, like a cat purr. Purim.
Okay.
So what do we think is going to happen with Turning Point now that we all have to have clubs in every high school in Oklahoma? You think Erica's going to do the exact thing that her husband preached and run the thing, or is she going to
Yes.
be a good widow and stay home?
Well, no, I think she's going to run the thing. I suspect that Erica was like this was an arranged thing for Kirk.
Yeah, I do, because her little dry eyes, when she wipes her dry eyes, oh, did you catch that one little teeny tiny tear, lady? I don't have a lot of patience for people that are involved in political espionage. It's terrible that the
Saying
kids
that
lost
she
their
isn't
dad, but
grieving
that's
over
about
her
it. And
husband?
the thing about it is
Are
that
you suggesting that she isn't grieving over her husband? Is that
I
really what
am
you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting that
Wow. Why? Why would you even think such a thing?
because I don't see any evidence that it is true. She jumped right into that chair like it was.
business so people can do all their work on
So-
one platform. No more mindless swivel train between platforms.
The hell is that? Oh, that's my fucking someone's playing in the background. Sorry. I was like, who is that?
So
It was me.
So this person that she's been, has babies with, has married, you don't think by any means that she is grieving over her husband's, no longer his passing.
I suppose that she probably is to a certain degree, but I think that this was scripted. And yes, it's a conspiracy theory and it's ridiculous. And I can't believe that I'm living behind the looking glass, but that's what I believe because I have no faith in this government to do anything to move its mission along and its bad guy actor buddies. So I have no reason to believe anything that I used to believe about the government because I think it's corruption personified and exponentially worse than anything we have ever known. And I think it's going to get worse. And I cannot believe that people aren't running around with their hair on fire. Like this country is falling off a mountain in slow motion and nobody's even trying to save it.
Yeah, I think grieving or not.
Real
Sorry,
quick,
go ahead.
Frugal, whenever you aren't talking, can you mute? Because you've got like a little bit of robot echo. That's why I muted you while she was talking. It's real slight, but it's, we can still hear it. Just, I don't know who was just talking, but please go
Tara
ahead.
is right. Just Tara said the enemy isn't red or blue, it's the elites. And that's what it is. And people are starting to realize that those guys are bad guys and we don't like them. And now they have to do whatever.
How are you equivocating Charlie Kirk and the government? Like, how do those come together? Help me with that, please.
How does Charlie Kirk come into the
you
white Christian nationalist government?
Stop. You pivoted from Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, not shedding a tear and drying fake tears from her face, to the government somehow you not trusting them. Like I don't understand where your thought process went there. It's mind blowing. But yeah, go ahead and explain yourself, please.
It's mind blowing that the white Christian nationalist government is somehow in cahoots with a white Christian nationalist organization. It's not hard to make that leap at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, regardless of whether she's grieving or not, the one thing that is for certain, and two things for sure, is that the passing of Charlie Kirk has been weaponized into what I think we're gonna see as the blue scare probably very soon.
Yes.
Mostly really aggressive like I don't really care like what people on like social media say, right? Like when I look at like when I want to evaluate things, I want to look at like major influencers, like your media talk heads and your government, and all of those people have incredibly incendiary rhetoric on the right. But if you look what happened on the aftermath of CK, all left-wing influencers, even the most far left, like the people you'd place into like the Hassans and the Young Turks, were even like, hey, we need to like cool the fuck off, right? Like we need to calm down. Like that's not okay, right? Like everybody was pretty level on the left, right? Despite what people online, like the little people online, so to speak, would have said. But you had people like Jesse Waters that were actively calling it a war and telling us that, and telling people on the right that they're like in conflict with their own countrymen, which was insane.
Then when you connect Joseph McCarthy from the Red Scare to Roy Cohn was Trump's close ally and mentor for decades.
And I would also say it's pretty easy to connect CK to the government, both in his living and in his passing, and this is no slight to him, but he was close friends with the administration. We learned about that in his passing. Donald Trump and other top officials in his administration said they were friends, said that they met, said that they thanked him personally during the campaign and after the campaign for them for leading the college campus with the young men of America. He was deeply inwoven in the political system with his own speech, advocating for the things that the system today is doing. And then in his passing, he is still woven politically in how the system chooses to handle its political quote unquote opponents. Gregory, you have a really bad echo. You should mute.
Yeah, who is that? Is that Gregory? Testing,
Gregory
testing,
yeah.
testing. Gregory, you've got really bad echo. So when you're not talking, please stay muted. Frugal, did you want to add something also? Because I don't think you've actually been able to say a whole lot yet.
I did. So I'm still okay. Look, Charlie was a voice, and like when you start to look at influences, I would argue that our PACs have way more influence than Charlie ever did, as far as getting laws passed and the actual things that y'all are speaking about, being able to affect change within the government in itself. And yeah, y'all, he was not that individual. He was an influencer. He was out there having conversations with people, but being integrated within our government, y'all, that is just wild.
Well, if he wasn't such a big influence, why would he be getting? Why is there a push to get him a silver dollar? Why are there statues and memorial plazas that Oklahoma is requiring all colleges and higher education institutions to install and construct on all of their main campuses? Why would we have such a strong influence from specifically the FCC, but generally from the Trump administration on any commentary made about Charlie Kirk? I understand what you're saying, Frugal, is that he wasn't necessarily the one that was pushing for the legislative changes or policy changes, but he was, and I'll admit this, he was a huge influence on the youth vote and getting support for this administration from, honestly, I'm just going to say it, I'm not saying this was the motivation behind it, but from the population that would be in our military service.
Yes.
I want to point out real quick, this is important because Charlie Kirk did found a fucking political action committee, Frugal. I don't know if you knew that or not. He did. And he was involved in many PACs prior to the creation of his PAC. Turning Point Action.
And I would also say that,
yeah, so he was very ingrained in this. It wasn't just, I'm going to go around and debate. No, he was actively pursuing changes in the Conservative Party to grab these people to push this youth stuff. I've seen it firsthand. Like
yes,
Lane Brown. Go look up Lane Brown.
Yes. So let me just get this correct. So, but the contention or the assertion that Wait, do I have a lag? Do I have a lag, or do you just start in the middle of my sentence?
No, I think Officer may have a lag. Officer, give Frugal a second, and we can come to you after. Go ahead, Frugal.
Go ahead. I've lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Officer.
Go ahead, Officer. And you are, like, for the record, Officer, you've got bars. We can't hear you right now. So come back to us when you get out of the cave that you're in. Go to the light. If you see the light, just go that way.
That was my bad.
You're in a Faraday cage. Get out of it. It's a trap.
Yeah, I guess what I want to say, Frugal, is I think it's I don't know what I'm trying to say. I know what in my mind.
Okay.
I know what I'm trying to say. He was a young man with a wife and children, and isn't it much easier to feel sad and sympathy for him and his organization and his thing when really what he did is he paraded around college campuses arguing with college students and giving them fire and fuel for the white Christian nationalists, the those poor young men, the sad men theory. And it's much easier to feel sympathy and to rile up a whole nation of people When people like me come out and say, it's really sad that he was murdered in front of his wife, that shouldn't happen to anybody. But let's look at what he talked about. Let's look at his free speech and what did he advocate for? And
So go ahead. So
and
I
I
have,
think it's just
and
easy to rile people up because he was a young man. He was an attractive man. He was a dad of 2 little baby kids. His wife is beautiful. They were wealthy. They were part and parcel of this whole government thing that is white Christian nationalism that we are unfortunately under the thumb of. And I think he fit a category that they needed to lure in because these people are not feeling the same sort of empathy and sympathy like, oh, the poor woman from Minnesota, the speaker who was murdered in her bed. We didn't have our flags at half staff. We weren't putting her on a coin. We're not having clubs all over the world because he is part of their club. Which could be why, when you get into the conspiracy part of this, why whoever they are, why they picked him. Because he was going to light the fire.
How is it in Oklahoma that they're allowed in the public schools to have chapters of Turning Point USA? Are we
Because
talking
we
about
don't.
are we talking about like elementary school, like high school or colleges?
Yes, high
High
school.
school. Mhm.
How is that even legal?
It's not.
Yeah,
but
it's not.
they don't care.
Thank you
But
for the
right
short
before,
story.
right before Ryan
really don't-
Walters took over, he pushed for that, for the record.
Yeah, I really
Sorry, go
don't
ahead, Paula.
care if people want to have if they want to build an altar to this man. I really don't care. I just don't think it needs to be on publicly funded campuses.
Yeah, but if you could take the white Christian nationalist theories and logic and turn it into a state government, that's what Oklahoma is. That's who we are. That's what we are. It is.
Thank God Ryan Walters.
And then
It's a
let me
co-
ask you, so how are the kids educated there in Oklahoma? What's their education? What's
We
the
are 50th
literacy
in
level?
the nation. We are 50th
Oh
in the
my
nation.
God.
Here's an example, guys. I
wish
went
I
there.
could show you my shock face.
I went
Because we
there.
are critically underfunded. And they cut education.
I went there for a week.
The other day, I was talking to somebody who said that wealthier states should be contributing to states that are not as GDP is not as good and they can't support their states. And it was a conservative, and I was like, well, isn't that welfare?
It is welfare. And Oklahoma gets a lot of welfare.
And they spend their welfare on
Ryan Walters.
ridiculous shit. I'm sorry, I came in late. Who's Ryan Walters? Is
Oh, he's the state superintendent of public education who resigned to go start, what is it, Freedom Alliance or
Teachers Freedom Alliance, which was created by the Gregory. My goodness.
I think what's going to happen,
created
Tim,
by
this is what I
Freedom
think is
Found-
going to happen.
Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah, it was created by Freedom Foundation. If you want to look it up, it's crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Tim,
Nadine.
I think what's going to happen with is they're going to investigate him because I think the corruption is so deep with that man that he has been using state money to further this organization and push this organization using state money and that troll guy from Texas. And I think that's part of why he resigned, because I think they were like, listen, we're investigating the shit out of you and we're going to find some ugly, ugly stuff. And you can either leave or you can wait for the chips to fall.
I just
Because it came too fast.
texted him, by the way. We'll see
About
if he
Ryan?
responds.
What'd
Yeah.
you text him?
I asked him, what happened? The last text that I sent this guy, and this is his cell phone for the record. This was his cell phone prior to. I don't know if he changed his number. I asked him to come on, no response. I said, so now you're trying to pay for Trump's Bible? Do you really think that's going to work, dude? What the fuck?
Did you guys?
He still
did you guys
hasn't
hear
ever
the-
responded to any of them, but we'll try.
You guys,
You know,
guys-
one of my friends got the Bible. He got his Bible.
I
Some
saw
schools are
that.
getting the Bibles. Yes.
That's fucking
did you guys hear
ridiculous.
the superintendent of Des Moines Public Schools was detained by ICE? He's been the superintendent for 20 years.
Oh my God, I love
Oh, is that African American man that I saw today?
He was from, I want to say he was from Guyana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was an illegal alien. That's crazy.
Yeah,
And
he was.
undocumented. It's crazy. How does that
Yeah,
happen?
he was from
That is
Guyana.
wild.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing I was gonna say earlier though to Frugal is like I think it's really weird that we don't think of our influence as part of our political apparatus. I think when people say speech is just speech, I think this is like a demonstrably childish statement. Speech is not just speech. Politics is a game of power, and that game is played by debating and writing things down. And all of those things are forms of speech. So when you're an influencer and you're reaching millions of people and you're building a massive platform and you're rubbing shoulders with what is now the president and his top cabinet, when you're doing all these things, you're starting a political action group, you're actively involved in a major faction of one of the political wings, it's no longer just words. You're advocating, you're saying something to us. And I think it's at a point where it's not just speech. It's you're making vies for power. You're vying for political gains. And so when people say, well, how is Charlie Kirk involved in the political aspect? That's how. He's an influencer.
Absolutely.
He says things.
So again, I didn't follow Charlie Kirk prior to these things happening to the individual. So I suppose, and I guess as Kate mentioned, his I guess influence was more towards the younger generation. But again, I mean, so are you gonna? I guess you would argue and say that Dean and Parker and all those people are they part of our government?
Yes.
Are they making effective change? I would say no. I would argue different. I would say no, that they're not. They're just out there trying to. Go ahead.
They're not part of the government.
Go ahead.
And that's not my claim. That's not my claim about Charlie Kirk either. What I'm saying though is that they're inwoven in our political apparatus. They are contributing to the political climate of this country. Yes.
And then I would argue that any person that gets out and does their civic duty and votes are a part of the political apparatus. I mean, that's the same concept. I can't get behind what you're saying.
I mean, but like at the same time, like Dean and Parker aren't like regularly hanging out with the vice president and president of the United States before and after an election, not being asked to come to the White House multiple times within a few months of Trump's inauguration. Like listen, I'm not going to claim that Charlie Kirk was a government actor. I would never say that because he was not. He did not have any position. He was not hired as a special advisor like some of the people in the White House are right now. But he did have a significant push and influence on the population that voted for Trump, the youth, typically or generally young men who voted for Trump, and he was connected to like the people, right? Like JD Vance and him were BFFs. And so I think that we also have to look at it's not necessarily whether Charlie Kirk was part of the government. It's what is happening now. What are government actors doing now to bolster Charlie Kirk's messages and his identity and everything, and using it for political gain? Whether or not there's some big conspiracy about who actually committed or orchestrated this terrible assassination, at the same time, it almost doesn't matter who conducted it because we see very clearly and transparently that it's being used for political gain now.
So that's where I was going when I lost my train of thought a little bit earlier, was the conspiracy theory as to the government, whether it is the United States government or the, Candace Owens likes to say that the Israeli government, right, wanted him gone because he was going. That's where I'm just like, yo, that is the most wildest thing ever that y'all are coming up with that. I don't believe that he had that type of influence to where we need to take the dude out.
I would disagree
when the
with
president
you
of the
because
United
he
States.
is.
I'm sorry, Nadine. Let me jump in for a moment.
Yeah.
When the president of the United States goes to your funeral, I think that means that's a very significant event, and that's very telling. And you can also say that when the president and his accolades give money to Turning Points USA, I think that's also an indication that while he wasn't in the government, he was doing the bidding of the president of the United States.
He was
So let
doing
me
the
ask you a
bidding of
question,
the
Paula.
white
Do you think,
Christian
Paula,
nationalists.
if the roles were reversed and Miss Harris had won the presidency, and let's put a Parker Dean there, do you think she would have gone to their funeral?
No, I don't.
I would say
No,
yes.
I would
I
say
do
no
believe
because
so.
you know why?
No.
Because she draws a bright line in the sand between politics and government. And when she's in government, just like almost every other president of the United States, they respected the line. This president, however, has no morals. He's morally bankrupt, and he doesn't observe any cultural norms of that office.
I would argue and say it would actually shouldn't even matter whether it was Democrat or Republican on either side. When you see an assassination that took place that was so, just disgusting.
So what?
And it was
so
hold on,
what?
stop. Let me finish, Paula. Like, why can you not let me finish, please?
I'm
Like,
gonna let you finish.
I'm not a monologuer. Everybody knows I don't talk for a
I know.
long
Go
time.
ahead,
Y'all
man. I'm
still
sorry.
don't
I know,
allow me to
Foodie.
finish.
I know, Foodie. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I try to be pragmatic and make my statements very, concise. So
Succinctly.
please, y'all.
I know you do.
I agree, Foodie.
And so, anyway, again, I've lost my train of thought because I get pissed off when I get interrupted. Y'all go ahead.
No, we were talking about.
It happens to me
you
too.
posed to me, would Kamala Harris have done the same thing? And that when you were, I think you're about
And
to
so
posit.
all I was trying to say was that I think it was right when you have what was politics as the reasoning and rationale behind this heinous crime that the president, whether you're Republican or Democrat, shows face at the funeral and says, this isn't okay. And I'm just going to land it there.
Well, I just would like to beg the question that do you think Kamala Harris as president or any other president before Trump would have taken advantage of the opportunity to rail against the left? Do you think that they would have gone up there and said, rail against the right? Do you think they would have done that? Do you think, as they have done in the past, where they said, listen, let's all calm down, political violence is unacceptable, but yet we do have one man that gets up there repeatedly villainizing my party and consequently me, and I just can't put up with that shit anymore. Fruit, it's not cool, and I need you and your friends to disavow that shit, because that's what's making the political climate more toxic.
And it's been getting worse. Remember, who remembers when Obama was running and it was McCain? And somebody in the audience stood up and said, I just can't vote for him because he's a Muslim and he's a terrorist. And John McCain said, no, he's not. He's a good man. And when I think back to that, and it wasn't that awful long ago, Donald Trump would have taken that and out for a ride. He would have made commercials about that because we've lost the civility. And when you look at what Charlie Kirk did, is he had a big net. And he was going to college campuses and he was furthering the poor, the sad, I forget, I don't even know for sure what it's called, the sad man or the lonely man.
And frankly.
And then he's also, what Frugal said, he is registering thousands of voters. And he's doing that in college campuses with this white Christian nationalist pamphlet that he's throwing out there. And so he is part of this machine that is moving this country, and he is super duper best friends with the vice president. And the president didn't go to those shootings, school shootings, the funerals of those children, but he announced the man's death. The announcement came from the president of the United States. So to say that he's not part of and tied into the government in this country, I think is just naive.
And I want to play this clip real quick.
Frankly, we're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency.
First of all, I want to be president of the United States, and obviously I do not want Senator Obama to be. But I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as president of the United States. Now, look, if I didn't think I wouldn't be one heck of a lot better president, I wouldn't be running, okay? And that's the point. That's the point.
That's a real presidential candidate there. That is a real man. Donald Trump is not a man.
Yeah,
I wanna
because
He is a
say,
piece of
Hold
shit,
on, hold on, hold on.
violent,
You do
extremist.
realize
His-
you,
his
you
Piece of
do
shit.
realize that McCain tried to switch parties from the Republican Party over to the Democratic Party because he wasn't getting his way. Furthermore, he was also the dude that, and I'm not mad about it, but he was also the dude that went against Trump and put his thumb down for the ADA. That dude was a Democrat.
Because
And that's
no, he
all I'm
wasn't.
going to say about that.
No, okay, Frugal.
not a
Frugal, I
Democrat.
think you're probably pretty young. I've been alive for a long time. John McCain was quite hated by the Democratic Party because he was such a vocal person when it came to Republican policies. Policies, never Democratic policies. You claiming that John McCain was a Democrat is the height of ridiculousness for a man who has watched him his entire life, which is me.
Yeah.
John McCain was not
so
in
just
any
FYI,
way
I think I'm
whatsoever.
older
Hold
than
on.
you. I think I'm older than you, by the
well,
way.
then you weren't paying attention. Then you
Well,
were not
I know
paying
that he's a
attention.
Republican. I am
Because
calling
he
him
has
a
never
Democrat,
been
loudmouth,
a
because that is
Democrat.
what his policies were. Do
Frugal.
you know that
That's
he tried
not
to
true.
switch over to the
That's
Democratic
not
Party?
true.
Stop interrupting me. I wasn't done talking. I wasn't done talking. I wasn't done talking.
You know that.
I wasn't done talking.
But I just want-
okay, I want you to stop talking while I'm talking. That would be fucking
answer
great.
my question.
I don't interrupt you, Frugal. I would like you to show
hear
me
you.
the same respect. Right? Is that okay? Can you do that?
Go ahead, but I still want to know, do you know he tried to
Okay.
switch over to the Democratic Party?
John McCain, you can go look at his votes. He was not a Democrat. He didn't lean to the left. What he saw was his party moving into a fucking violent extremist party, especially when Donald Trump came around. And that's why he stood there with his integrity and told people and got booed for it that the man that he was running against was a decent person, because John McCain himself, while I disagree with him ideologically speaking, he was a decent fucking man. But the men that are in charge of this party, Donald Trump, etc., and others, are not decent men. That's the fucking difference. So if, for whatever reason, he was like, holy shit, I got to get out of here, that's because the party was leaving him, not because he changed his ideology. And that has absolutely no relevance to what the point was of me playing that in the first place. The point is that you've got this fucking dotard, President Trump, up there, just stoking violent rhetoric, stoking hate, calling us terrorists, when you've got this other guy who actually had integrity and was a good man that I vehemently disagree with on pretty much everything. That was the fucking point, Foodie.
So can I come back now? Hold on. I gave him that respect. Hold on. Hold on, Nadine. Hold on, Nadine. Hold on, Nadine. Hold on. Hold, please.
Let him respond. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, aren't you on that's just a ping pong. You're a liberal, I'm a conservative, right? So I'm trying to respond to my friend here. And so again, you didn't ever acknowledge. You do realize. And so when I'm calling Mr. McCain a Democrat, I'm referring to him as a rhino, basically, Republican in name only. And I am also using these examples of the different things that he did against the Republican Party, right? And then the final thing I want to say to you is, will you please acknowledge that he did, in fact, try to switch over to the Democratic Party?
When was that?
He did not.
Oh my God.
Okay.
His own words
He
said
did
that the
not.
Democrats approached him multiple times. He said he had never considered leaving the GOP.
I know, that's
and remained in the remained
Uh,
in the GOP until his death.
The
in
guy
2018.
is a rhino. He is not a Republican. He
Okay.
does not share the conservative
wait,
values.
hold on. So
And
Foodie
this
is wait, can I ask Foodie, is every Republican before Donald Trump, are they now rhinos?
No,
What about Mitt?
hold
wait,
on.
what
As a
about-
conservative
is Mitt
voter,
Romney-
he
let me
would have
ask
never
you,
got my
What about Mitt
vote.
Romney? Is Mitt Romney a rhino?
I would consider Mitt a
Is-
rhino. Yeah.
Okay, is
Frugal.
George Bush a rhino? Hold on, is
Is
George
who?
Bush a rhino?
No.
Is George Bush 1 and 2 a rhino?
No.
So you do know that Trump was a Democrat before he was a Republican. So is he a dino?
I do know that. Correct.
I don't understand where you're going with
And-
this line of questioning. John McCain was a stalwart Republican.
he
In no
was.
world was he ever a Democrat.
No,
Yeah,
he was a
And
rhino.
Okay, I want to point. I want
had,
to point out the statement you made, Frugal, that he was going to switch is just not true. This was reported on Viral Post. Claim John McCain quit the Republican Party, still a Republican despite fake claims stating otherwise. What you're saying is not true.
No, I can't. I'd have to go back in. It's been a long time since this topic has come up. So there was an issue. Hold on. Wait, no, I don't need to quit making the claim. The claim is actually true, and I will go back and look at it. Stop. I will go back up and look at it later, and I'll be more than happy to come back and pull it up for you. But in the meantime, we can move along.
I'm going to say that all of this, I'm going to leave the party. Remember when Arlen Specter did that? And that was when the Republican Party took a turn to the far right. And Arlen Specter, at the time I lived in Pennsylvania, and I was part of the Democratic machinery of Pennsylvania. And we lobbied him to switch parties. And I think this is where we've lost our way. If we look at what the conversation we're having right now, we're not talking about what's good for the country. We're talking about the Republicans and the Democrats. And that's where John McCain, though he and I disagree on most things, I will say that John McCain swore an oath to the Constitution and the country of the United States. That's where his loyalty was. And he voted down his thumbs down for the ACA because he knew it would hurt the people of this country if he voted yes. And that is what makes him a statesman and not just a Republican. And when you get people, that's why get ready to throw rocks at me. That's why Kamala Harris doesn't have the hearts and minds of the Democratic Party, because she's a Democrat first.
Yep, and that is the problem. This isn't sports.
It's not, and that's where we are. You're either a Republican or a Democrat, and I'm looking for somebody that's going to stand up and say, our country is circling the drain, and who's going to do something about it? And it's not going to be Republicans, and it's not going to be Democrats. It's going to be Americans.
I want to drag this back to where it was, which is the response from presidential figures. We don't have to go back to McCain or talk about how he's switching parties. We can just look at what happened underneath Biden when multiple extremists that were designated to far-right ideology, or even the report from the FBI that said that essentially the biggest threat is right-wing extremist groups as far as political violence, happened underneath underneath Biden. And Biden's response to the country was not to demonize one side of the political aisle. It was to call for cooler minds and a more centralized view of our political system. So these two people
there real quick.
So these two people, in contrast, just within the last 4 years, are starkly different.
That's cut off. I can't read that.
Yeah, I apologize. Anyway, that's your very first NBC. It says, an NBC News says John McCain twice tried to switch to the Republican Party. I'm not sure what you pulled up, but that's your, Democratic news outsource itself saying
what year?
McCain not only once but twice.
Yeah. Okay. What's the title of that article? What's the title of the article? Because here's what I know, Frugal. To switch parties.
Hold on.
To switch parties,
hold on,
you just go down there and register as the other party. There's no try. There's only do. It's not like you go and you fill out your registration, and it's like, well, I filled it out and I handed it in, but they wouldn't let me do it.
So it's NBC News, okay, and it's McCain twice. McCain twice flirted with the Democratic Party. That's NBC News. It's go right ahead and look that up. We can flirted. We can go down. We can go down the news.
No. Your claim was that he tried to switch parties, Frugal.
Wait, I have.
Yes, I said I never said he did. I said he entertained the idea of switching parties, or he wanted to switch parties. I said that.
Again, you're better making the point that Nadine was making. Because when I brought this up, this was to just show people what McCain had said. Because the contrast, the contrast was what Donald Trump was doing after Kirk's unaliving. This was to what Paula was talking about. Yes, give me just a second. Yes. So you bringing up this Democrat shit is completely irrelevant. It is totally irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the reason we brought it up. You're trying to squirrel this shit off on something else that doesn't matter. He was never a Democrat. He never switched to being a Democrat. He did work with
And what's
Democrats
interesting is y'all
because he was a
what's interesting is y'all
politician.
compare. There's a difference between somebody who is actually, hey, I sat in Congress as a Republican, and then as you sit in Congress as a Republican, you're like, man, I don't want to do this anymore. I like those Democrats better. Versus a Trump who, yes, he registered and he voted for Democrats, but he never, ever was a member of the Democratic Party while being in Congress or being the president of the United States. So I don't find that to be equivalent.
None of that matters. None of that matters. None of it.
Found this
Actually does.
I have this
in all
article.
honesty.
None of it matters.
I pulled up the article that you cited. Okay, so it's from March 24th, 2008, NBC News. In this article, it says Mr. McCain and his aides both refute the Democrats' claims that he was trying to leave the Democratic Party in 2001 and 2004. They say that in both cases, the Democrats were the suitors and Mr. McCain was the unwilling bride.
Exactly.
There you go.
Again, I never said he accepted it, but the fact that he was entertaining it. No, it does. It tells you everything.
It proves you wrong, sir.
Hold on, and anybody.
It proves you wrong.
No, it doesn't prove anything wrong.
Yes, it does.
The fact that he entertained the idea just shows exactly what I was saying. He
Frugal,
is a writer.
you
That
said,
is
if
the
I'm not
reason. Again,
mistaken,
y'all.
and I understand words,
That's not what I
he tried
said.
to become a Democrat.
I gave
and
you
what
multiple
that article
examples.
says is that the
I
Democrats
gave you
tried to
multiple
make him a
examples.
Democrat.
I gave you the ACA example with the thumbs down, right? I gave you the wanting to switch parties. I mean, we can keep going on different things to where he sided with the Democratic Party.
Okay,
You've been proven wrong.
Frugal. You're wrong, and not only are you wrong, but none of this conversation has any fucking bearing on anything that we've been talking
No, I
about.
want you to tell me specifically what I'm wrong
Your
about.
claim, sir, your claim was that he tried to switch parties. That's what you said. You said he tried to switch
I said
parties.
he wanted to switch parties.
I
apologize. If
that's
you're
not
going to
true.
take my word, try. If you're going to take my word, try. He
If you're gonna hold me to my words,
I'm sorry. The
if
word
you're gonna,
try and
you're using
the
my
thought of-
words. Why are you using my
No,
words? Hold on, Frugal. Why are you?
trying to do something to win an
Why are
argument,
you
but you're
using
trying
my
to instead of actually
words
have
to
a
refute what I
conversation.
said?
No, you're trying to do something.
Shut the fuck
Frugal,
up.
do you know-
Shut the fuck up, Frugal. You keep interrupting.
You're trying to do something to win an argument. That's what you're trying to do.
No, you
Instead of having a
lost.
conversation.
You lost.
Can I?
You're trying to win an
That's
argument
it.
versus having a conversation.
You lost an
You're
argument
using
that
words
doesn't
like
matter.
Try.
It doesn't matter.
Entertaining. That's a semantics
Take a breath.
argument, my guy.
You're
That's
getting
all you're trying to do,
emotional.
again, just semantics.
Crash the
I don't
fuck
need to
out.
take a breath.
Frugal, go ahead.
I'm
Let's
not crashing out
take
either.
this
I'm just
rope.
trying to help you understand that I'm not going to have a semantics argument.
it.
And you don't lose an argument due to semantics.
It's not semantics. So John McCain.
I used
John
your
McCain
words.
said- Yeah, John McCain said in this
try
article
and
that you
entertain?
cited.
That is an idea of
Frugal,
semantics.
Frugal. Hold on one second.
No,
you
it
cited
isn't.
an article in rebuttal to like everything that was said up here by everybody else. You brought up an article. In this article, it says McCain says, it quoted, "I never considered such a thing."
Yeah,
So he didn't
Of course,
try.
McCain
He
said.
didn't
Of
try
course,
to become
McCain
a
said that because he
Democrat.
doesn't want to look. He doesn't want to look.
So
he
you
doesn't
won't
want
even-
to look like the Rhino.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
Can I-
the best thing ever.
Can
to be able to
I
prove
have,
that
like,
he was the
25
Rhino was his,
seconds?
hold on, what's his ACA final vote to come in and give the thumbs down. He did not toe that party line.
That doesn't
and
matter.
He, went against everything that his party
No.
had.
No. Stop. That was not his party. That was Donald Trump. That was Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a Republican.
He was
Donald Trump.
Rhino.
Donald
Okay.
Trump is a fascist.
Listen, I'm dropping Foodie because he won't shut the fuck up. And if Foodie, if you're not going to stop talking long enough for somebody to speak, especially me, I don't want to deal with you right now. You can come back if you can fucking control yourself.
I just
Holy
wanted
shit.
20 seconds.
I know
to
you've
just
been
make
saying that this
the-
whole time, right? While I'm having a conversation with this guy who won't shut up. Say what you're going to say.
I just wanted 20 seconds to go over that McCain didn't vote party lines all the time because he actually cared about the individuals in this country and he wouldn't toe the party line. The fact that he had I don't know, a singular or two meetings to potentially talk about maybe running with John Kerry does not make him a rhino. It makes him an actual fucking politician who cares about people, that he's even willing to entertain the thought. But your claim wasn't that he was just entertaining the thought. You tried to espouse that he wanted to switch parties, Frugal.
That's what he said.
What you said.
It is. You can't use my words. You can't use my words.
Tim, do you remember
That
when that was a
doesn't-
thing in presidential elections? Is maybe we're going to run a Democrat and a Republican, and that I remember that was
Right?
part and parcel of that. That was the Joe Lieberman, and the John McCain and John Kerry, all of those people that were like, we have, and they knew it back then, that our political parties and our division has broken this country and it's going to get worse, and maybe we can do this to bring the country together. And maybe it would have, I don't know.
Yeah, and I want to point out that when I believe it was Kate pointed out that he refuted the claim, Frugal then just goes back to, well, of course he would say that. So he doesn't even listen to what the guy himself is saying.
Yeah.
And
God
I will say,
forbid.
for the fifth fucking time, that conversation that he pushed us into is completely irrelevant to the point of that conversation. Totally irrelevant.
Again,
Had
God
nothing to do with it.
forbid he were to reach across the aisle to talk to people like fucking
Right.
politicians are supposed to do. God
Like they
forbid he
used to
does that,
do.
Frugal.
Yeah,
Like they
Frugal.
used to
If
do.
Frugal, if you can calm the fuck down and have a conversation and stop interrupting, like, you're welcome to come back as always. I don't hate you, but my God, man.
Can we get back to the real conversation about talking
Yes.
shit about Charlie Kirk? Because I love that conversation.
Yes.
Do you mind if I could just add just really quick one thing?
Sure.
I also think that like one of the core values or claims of Republicans historically has been fiscal responsibility, right? And fiscal is usually what people are, worried about. We got to save money. We got to bring down the deficit and the debt, the national debt. But responsibility is the second part of that. And that's what McCain was focused on when he did that thumbs down vote on repealing the ACA. It wasn't necessarily because he thought the ACA was the best thing ever. It's because Trump had not had any plan. He still, to this day, has not had any plan on reforming healthcare, what to replace the ACA with. And so when we talk about rhinos and Republicans in name only, if that label is given to you simply because you don't vote along the party line, that's ridiculous. And I think you should just dismiss that out of hand, saying that, because it's just antithetical to a bipartisan effort to get legislation through, which is the foundation of this country, right? Is to have collective responsibility over the legislation being enacted. But if you do not think that responsibility and making sure that there is something to replace the ACA with was an important part of his decision, then you obviously did not follow along with what was happening.
Yeah, and I think the point that the Republican Party that I grew up with is not what we're seeing right now. That's called Republican.
Oh, not at all, Tim.
Trump's
Not at
MAGA
all.
is not Republican. So when he was opposing MAGA, he was not opposing Republican. He was opposing MAGA. There's a
These
big
are
fucking
not
difference.
Traditional Republicans.
Yeah, they used to make sense. I used to disagree with them all the time, but they used to make sense. These
Yes.
people make no sense. They're fucking they want power, control, domination over anything that doesn't look like them and believe in the same fucking God, and I'm sick of it.
They want
Anyway.
a tyrannical form of government.
They want a white Christian nationalist nation, and
That's
that's,
right.
it in a nutshell. And that's who Charlie Kirk was. He was the mouthpiece. He was the advertising to the young men who are going to take the places of the people that are in power now. And it was just a farm, a machine. They're just grinding out MAGAs, and the future is what they're grabbing at.
Techno feudalism.
Yes.
That's the thing I'm going to start studying on. I have a rough idea about how it works, but I am going to. I know that's the one that they're distracting us from. Is those ones that want to have the world carved up and only enough people to survive to work for them. And then when they get enough robots and robot wombs, they can just make enough people who they want and then just have their own little Shangri-La.
Yeah, Kelly, when you
Not all
look,
those pesky poor people.
when you start looking into that, make sure you look in Canada, the technocratic. I don't know, I don't remember the name of it, but there was a party created in Canada during the World War II era about
Yeah.
techno-feudalism and everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jan just said that the young men, because what they want is women to be under their control. That's what Charlie Kirk was preaching to them. That women should be subservient to their husbands, and that we need more white babies. That's what J.D. Vance said.
Make more babies.
Real quick,
Babies,
Beta,
get married, and
I
stay
want
at home with your children.
so Beta is opposition. I invited Beta, and Beta said I declined because I won't be heard with all that negativity. I can bring back the timer. You're welcome to come up here. I don't think that's why you declined. I think you just aren't able to defend what's indefensible. But
We
you're
won't
welcome to
beat
come
up
up
on
here.
anybody.
You're welcome to come up here and try. But if you're just gonna like interrupt and not let people speak, especially me, then if you can't control yourself, then I get that. I wouldn't come up either.
Absolutely remain muted the entire time until told to be unmuted, just to talk shit about Charlie Kirk. I will do that shit all day. Don't threaten me with a good time to talk shit about this nation's Schmittler youth coordinator. Fuck that.
Oh God, I love that. I didn't even think of it. I wish I thought of that.
That's
Damn.
what I was envisioning when you were talking about how he goes to colleges and influences all these people.
Why didn't I think of that? But it's right. That's what he's doing. What he did.
And Bulldozer,
And she can't
I've sent
do
you
it, but-
2 requests too, by the way.
And she can't do it. She could take over the operations. She might take over the chair and the mic, although I saw a clip where she said she's not going to. But she can't. They have to find another, what is the word that I'm looking for? Young man to go to the college camp, because that's who they need. They need the young men. Because if you don't have a generation of young men who expect their wives to be at home, expect their wives to do what they say, then the whole thing doesn't work.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick.
What's up, Vex?
I'm just, hey man, hey, I'm running. I'm running alongside the street, real quick, and I've seen so far. I don't know if today and anywhere else are there like protests that are being organized, because in my local area, I've passed 2 now. That are, one of them was focused on Prop 50, which was the redistricting, or mostly, and then the next one that I was next to is just kind of general. One says "Sucker Trump is Putin's chump." Another one is a lady says your kids will be drafted, and then another one just says Department of War with a big question mark on it, or a lot of question marks actually. Sorry, I didn't see all of it. So, I don't know. Are you guys seeing stuff, or is it just here?
I am not.
In Austin, and there was nothing. And that surprises me. Austin is usually a pretty active town for gatherings at the state capitol.
I know there's a No Kings,
Chris,
but
are
isn't
you
that
in
in
Boston?
October?
What's that, Vex?
I grew up just outside of Boston. I was curious if you were there.
Yeah, I live on Lake Travis.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen any protests or anything like that in my area, but I'm in Mississippi too, so.
Yeah, I knew it was okay. So October 18th is the No Kings.
Yeah, the 3 people that show up to the protests here, they're usually pretty loud, though.
We have about 25 really loud people here in Oklahoma too.
They use these.
Yes.
I still haven't had an opportunity to use this fucking thing because I guess after I was screaming at those guys, they never came back to that church. Bastards.
Just passed another one. Yeah, I think it seems to be mostly around Prop 50. So out here, California, if you're not familiar with Prop 50, that's our kind of like answer to the Texas redistricting. So Gavin Newsom is doing a vote to get some additional seats to offset that advantage that they kind of weirdly went for.
Now
Hey,
that
Vex, how does that
vote,
look like? What does that look like? Is it going to pass?
I honestly, it's really hard to get a gauge because I immediately started getting the mailers that had the very worded.
You got bars, Vex.
yeah, you got bars.
But if you guys can still hear me,
Can now.
Can now.
all right. Long story short, the counter narrative mailers have been going out, framing this as like a politician power grab.
Yeah.
The protest.
So I think it's going to be one of them things that like.
So to respond to the gerrymandering on other states is a politician power grab is the response to that?
Yeah, it says.
That's so.
It says nothing. Of course, it says nothing about the reason it's all coming about. It's just saying that.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up. You're gonna have to come back or wait till you're in a better spot or something.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yes.
I don't want to have this person know that they've drawn attention to themselves, but I just read something super racist and super ignorant, and it was like, my thought in my head is simple minds are easily amused, and with that, I'll just put that out there. It
Okay.
was just ignorant. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know. Was that somebody in the comments or a video or?
Yeah, I just didn't.
Are you talking about Billdozer?
Yeah.
The guy afraid to come up here and chat with us because he
Yeah.
knows he has no defense for the things he believes. The guy calling liberals violent, that guy. Yeah, I'll call his ass out, Billdozer.
Yeah, I didn't want to draw attention to it.
Chicken shit Billdozer. We're the alpha males. I love that. And you guys are too afraid of a fucking liberal come up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, chicken shit.
I didn't want to. So from now on, I'll just.
Just fucking name them. Fuck these people.
Okay.
I mean, he's been in there yapping in the comments. Oh, you liberals are so violent. Meh, meh, meh. And I've sent him 3 fucking invites because he's a chicken shit.
Yeah, I always invite people like, okay, give me the source, give me an example.
Billdozer, I already answered your question. Can you fucking read, dude?
He claimed that he was driving at some point, and I'm like, well, you're fucking chirping in the comments, so which is more ridiculous in nature? Texting while driving or fucking having a conversation?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm
As long as it's
I'm
not
still
obvious.
learning
My
how to-
answer to this person was, as long as you ain't on camera and they could see fucking trees flying past you and or you can't hear it, as long as it's not fucking obvious. I did the entire fucking live last 2 days.
Yeah.
So
But now, isn't there like a thing where you can't go like live without it saying, "Are you driving?" Don't do that.
yeah, you're not supposed to.
Regulations?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. No.
It's like, it's not just here, because I'm from the UK, by the way, if you couldn't tell. But I swear it was like an all over the world thing where they like stop you from like going live.
I don't think my live ever asked me if I was going live if I was driving.
No, it didn't. And yesterday I had no issue.
Okay, maybe it's just a UK thing. Sorry.
Yeah, it might be that may be legal requirement for like an app to detect whether you're moving or not, which would make sense.
I was on a bus and he said that to me, and I was like, "No, I'm on a bus."
That's funny. And see, therein lies the problem. Like, it's not even like yesterday. I was, like going like this down, teleporting.
I wish I could teleport.
Yeah, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that.
It would make me not late to things. So,
well,
hey, Vex, I just want to ask real quick. The Prop 50 protest that you passed, was it pro? Like vote yes?
Yeah, they're all pro.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's I must have passed now like maybe 10. So it's definitely like they're all
thing?
elderly folks, it seems like. So yeah, it's definitely like an organized thing.
It was a
But
Facebook
it's
organized
mostly
thing.
yeah. This was definitely a
It
Facebook
was on
event. Yep.
Facebook. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? What was the protest? What was it for or against?
It was 4. Yeah, it seems it's a lot of
For what? Sorry, I don't know.
Oh, sure. Prop 50 for us, which is California's redistricting answer
Oh,
to
I actually
the
do know
Texas.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, do redistrict that. Do gerrymander in California just to F over Texas. Yes, I do know that.
Yes. So, and I don't know if you guys missed, I was starting to break up with the explanation there, but I've started receiving mailers that are just explaining this as a politician power grab, and obviously, keeping out the context of why it's happening. But I don't know. I saw somebody in the comments a moment that was like, there's red spots in California, but it's mostly blue. This is a big one actually right now. Sorry, one sec here, guys. Just going to show some support. Lady out there, just like Statue of Liberty, really nice. So there are smaller spots actually, like smaller areas of blue, but the majority of land, like space in America, is actually red, except where most of the people are, which is what really matters, is like largely blue. So that's
like so there's a difference. Population is blue, but land is red because they have more space. That's like saying the same thing in the UK.
Yeah.
We also have like a weird voting system where our next government could be right wing, extreme right wing, not because they won most of the vote, but because of the way it works. They only needed third, not the majority.
Yep.
Which is crazy to me.
Well, and it sucks that the people who don't have any kind of life that's urban or try to tell urban people how to live their fucking lives. I always find that amazing.
So for me here, just in terms of when you're saying urban, our country like sides, those are not the problematic people. It's actually people in the cities, but they're problematic because I feel like they're almost wrong. Like one of the let's say protests we had, the leader of that was also then arrested for being a terrible person that had harmed his wife. And it's from the city, and it's not the country. It's like the opposite here. It's like the country is fine, the cities are not.
In terms of like crime and stuff?
No, in terms of like politics. Like do you know how you said it's urban, bro?
Here, I have a question about that. Let me ask you this. Do you think it partly still has something to do with immigration?
Yeah, no, it's always immigration, and the poorest places are the cities, and those are the ones, quotation marks, affected by immigration. So our farmers are not affected by immigration, so they don't really vote against their own interests. They're fine. It's like the city working class who, like, one of the, like, if you ever Google, like, the UK, like, if you listen to an interview, one guy was interviewed and he was like, I'm against immigration. We had, like, riots last year where literally, if you're black, you could not go outside. Like, you might have been attacked. And then they were like, oh, and he was like, they took our jobs. And they were like, did you finish high school? And he was like, no. Have you been trained? No. Have you been arrested for some sort of SA crime? Yes. It's the cities that are the problem.
So you're talking about that immigrants are coming and taking the unskilled labor away from the right-wing people. Hello.
But they're not. They can also get that job if they want to. They can literally get that job.
Yeah.
They don't even have to finish high school. I'm not saying immigration is not a problem. Like, we should understand why people are immigrating. What's the problem? How do we fix countries? But you can't tell me that immigration is a problem when you've been in jail for SA for like the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But also, like, why do we keep letting people use taking a job as a valid thing to even fucking say?
Exactly.
As if they were entitled to it in the first fucking place.
Right.
Yeah,
that too. But, like, if you're gonna be mad at the people giving the jobs.
That's right.
Yeah, but they don't want to. So, like, i.e., one of the things, we do have farms here, and it's like picking strawberries is a thing. Well, then go pick the strawberries, but they don't want to. So then, who do you want to pick the strawberries? It's not you. It's not the immigrants.
that you won't
Like,
let in.
if they're even legitimately mad about this, you got to be mad at the employers, not the employees.
Exactly.
And they never are.
But the
It's like
employers
it
can.
is literally impossible to take a job.
But the employers can employ you, but you don't want to be employed. You don't want to pay minimum wage. So what? And so we have a welfare system here, and they're taking all our benefits. But like England has like the least benefits for anyone who's outside the country. And I'm like, you can't complain. They don't have any money. What money do you think they have?
Well, a lot of people would think just go on the side of the road and unalive, lay there and unalive.
Now,
We
I'm
have
I'm not sure what exactly we're talking about here.
That's
talking about the right-wing takeover of outrage.
Yeah.
Well, they're always going to find something to be aggrieved about. This is the most persecuted group of majority people who control literally everything, always complaining that everybody's out to get them.
Although that's the thing that I was talking to somebody about yesterday was the government shutdown, and the Democrats are going to, it's like the Democrats control literally nothing. They don't have the White House, the House, or the Senate. So explain to me, like I'm a 3-year-old, how the Democrats are going to be in charge of this. The Republicans, it's a failure of leadership. If you want to not have the government shut down, then you need to talk to the people whose votes you need and say, what can we do to make you happy, to make you not shut down the government? That is a failure of leadership, not a failure of the minority to not get along with the Republicans.
Can I also add to that? It's the same people who are protesting Palestine at Kamala Harris's book reading. You didn't vote her for president, which means she's not president. She was never president before, which means she didn't have the power to change anything. You're not going to Joe Biden's book readings. You're not going to Trump's book readings. She literally is not president and cannot do anything.
I'm going to push back on you for that, because I supported that guy, because here's what the politics in the United States that maybe you are not familiar with. We have this thing that says, we have this thing that says if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, then, and I know a lot of people.
But we lost you.
No, my point
If you don't vote for her, then what? Then what?
Nadine, we can't hear you. You're our.
I said, I know a lot of people. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people in this country who refuse to vote for either one of those people because it was a morally bankrupt situation. And there comes a point in someone's life where you have to make a decision. Like, I am not, this is the line. And I'm not supporting genocide. And she is a Zionist supporter. She said all through that campaign, Israel is our partner. And
she actually didn't. That's a lie. She was the only one calling for a ceasefire. 1. 2, I don't even care about that. I don't even care what her stance is. My point is, in terms of Israel, she was never the president. She's not the one that makes the policy. Joe Biden and Trump are. If you're going to protest and you want changes for Palestine, those are the people you vote for. This is not about political aligning. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. I'm saying the people who are in power are the only ones that can change anything. She was not. If you're protesting Kamala Harris, then you have to protest Mike Pence too. You can't be going to Obama and those people who are not in charge when this conflict is happening. That's a waste of time because those people have no power to change anything. She said herself, she was like, I'm now a private citizen. She's not in government. So what are you protesting her for? What can she do?
Who's protesting Kamala right now?
So I'm a liberal person, but I'm just going to say this is the hypocrites. Because why are you protesting her? You can't be
who is protesting Kamala Harris right now?
She's on a book tour, Tim.
Yeah, like the people, pro-Palestine people, Google it. They were literally protesting her and telling her her legacy is genocide. And but she was never president. Go to Joe Biden and go to Trump.
Oh,
so I got a wild take on this.
Yeah, go on.
I think the modern Republican Party has almost nothing without an enemy of Democrats, especially. I think we're especially seeing that with this kind of I get stuff sent to me all the time from my more MAGA counterparts, and I say that in air quotes, like people that I know and kind of have to work with that are definitely MAGA folks. And so it's like a constant barrage of just like old Democrat shit, like it's Kamala Harris shit. And I'm like, what? She's not. Why are you guys still like soaking up the Kamala hate, guys? Like she's gone. You won.
You didn't vote
She's
for
not
her.
the president. Like what the? I don't understand what the. And I
Yeah.
really don't think that Republicans, especially MAGA, know what to do if they
It's not just
don't have an enemy that is Democrats. I don't think they really know what to do without that.
it's not just them though. It's other like leftist liberal people who did not vote her in, who said she was not the right one, even though she called for a ceasefire. Which I'm saying, in my opinion, in terms of history, we have to take what we can get and then you push further. We just like no politician is going to be perfect. But you didn't vote for her. But now you're going to go to a book tour and tell her fix Palestine. She can't do anything. She's not president. She never was.
I agree with you.
I'm not
And
saying
then,
she's a great politician. I'm not saying you should vote for her. But I'm just saying she has no power. So why are you going to protest her?
So I was about to say, I think with MAGA especially, authoritarianism needs an enemy, right? It's easier to get someone to hate someone. That's why the 1984 novel by George Orwell had the 5-minute hate. It's a defining feature of authoritarianism to have the other, that guy over there, that girl over there. That's the problem.
But I didn't understand how we landed on Kamala. Go to Joe Biden.
Yeah, RPS.
How
I'm
did we
actually
land on
I'm
Kamala?
understanding what you're saying now. Hang on one
Honestly,
second.
like I think part of it is her racial heritage.
Yeah.
So, I RPS. If I'm hearing you right, like obviously logically what you're saying makes sense. I think the next step of this though too is that like if people are protesting Kamala because hey we don't like your views on Israel, then the protest is very much misdirected because she's gone now. The people who are in charge of doing something about this are where you direct your actual protest. Otherwise,
she
it's just
could
kind
do
of,
more.
Yeah,
She could do more.
She's not in power.
She can.
No,
So
she
as a citizen
can.
of the United,
This is where
You've been
public figure
speaking
who has the
for
camera
a
on,
while. RPS.
have I?
Sorry,
or
I'll
the
mute
other-
myself and let everyone go.
No.
Sorry.
It's fine. I just you've said a lot, and Tall Nerd I don't think has really talked yet.
No, I'm just very passionate about this. I'm so
I get
sorry.
it.
Like,
No,
you can
I'm
tell
not.
me-
I'm not upset
I
with
can
you. I was
mute-
just letting you know. It's like
and that's fine. And I'll mute myself and let other people talk. I'm not like you haven't hurt my feelings.
sure.
I
I mean,
You
it
have to
wasn't my
understand
intention.
that Kamala Harris has the ear of the Democrats in power, and she could direct the Democratic Party.
She has the ear, but like she chose to step back into the public limelight, right? Like other Democrats out of power have made public comments on the ongoing conflict. She hasn't. So I think that was the frustration the protester was sharing.
Can I say something?
Sure.
She has, and even then, she said that is a genocide in the people that were protesting her. In that conversation that went about, I feel like we don't listen to what she says.
She didn't speak though. Like until the protester showed up and confronted her, I don't think she made any public comments about the conflict.
No, but she did
Correct me if I'm
before
wrong.
that. She was the only one that called for a ceasefire and was very adamant. She didn't meet Netanyahu. She refused to meet him. She refused
That was while
to.
she was running.
That was
I don't
before
think
she-
it matters to them. I think that the people that are protesting realistically just want to complain about the running mate of Joe Biden for anything that they could potentially complain about. It's not even about Israel and Palestine. It's literally just because she has a D next to her name and did in the
that's
past.
what I agree.
That's what it breaks down to.
I don't know. She was.
I don't know, man, with
She was
this issue.
VP while a fucking genocide began and continued. And she didn't. She didn't come out outright during the campaign and said she kind of tiptoed around.
No, she did.
Sat on the
come out right. I
fence.
don't think you heard
She,
her.
yes,
come
I
out
did.
right.
Yes, I did. I'm an American.
had a
I
tough
voted
line to
for
walk.
her. I watched her campaign. She didn't come out and say this. This is why a lot of people were pissed off about it.
Yeah, she didn't.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so she did come out when Netanyahu went to America and everyone was meeting him, including even Bernie Sanders, that traitor. And she was the only politician that refused to meet with him and said she was for a ceasefire. And she was not going to meet him because she thought that's not good to prop him up the way that other people were propping him up. She said that. She did. That made
Yeah.
international news.
Okay, well, she
No,
met
I
with
think
him.
it's fair
She
to
met
say
with him
she's not-
before.
Yeah.
Yes. So I actually don't think she's that great of a person. I actually
So-
don't like it that much. My point is, I feel like the criticism that she's getting is disproportionate to the actions that she's done. Like, instead of protesting her, let's protest the people in power. Let's protest the people that can actually make a change. Because right now she's a private citizen. She can't do anything. She might be able
She's
to.
still a public figure. She's
Yeah,
still
no,
a public
she's a
figure.
public
It's something
figure, but
above a private citizen. She
I
released
understand.
autobiography, right? Like, this is why there
No,
was
I
the protest,
understand
because
that.
Man,
she reintroduced herself to the public.
I
right?
wonder-
Like, she came back out saying, "Hey, here I am."
I wonder what
right?
kind of
No,
AI this
it
is.
wasn't, "Hey, Israel, stop this from happening," right?
Yeah, but we don't do that to anyone else. My problem isn't the fact.
Obama did.
Just
My
keep,
problem isn't the
keep
fact
playing
that
this.
you're protesting.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No.
She
I
refused to
And
do
they
what
protested
now?
Obama too, by the way.
But this was before. I'll show you where she did.
That was in July of 2024.
I'll bring it up and I'll show you. One sec.
No, she.
they
I think you're
protested
conflating
Obama too. And I-
something. I think you're conflating, misaligned,
This is why-
scheduling with her refusing to meet with Netanyahu.
This is why I want to speak on it, because I think there's a tough line that national figures of any kind have to walk when they are criticizing Israel, right? Like they can't be totally in the tank with Israel, which is a given. They can't be totally in the tank with Palestinians either. So when you see them be dodgy or adopt certain language or do anything that seems duplicitous, they actually are trying to please both sides, because you have strong bases of pro-Israel support in New York and Florida, important electoral states, and then you have Michigan, which has the largest Arab pro-Palestinian population. And they are actually trying to speak to both. They're not being dishonest. They're trying to do a job.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, well, trying to do a job and not directly calling it out is another reason why the Democrats didn't do so well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a tough.
And both parties are
I have
captured,
20
though,
years
here.
experience watching this.
Yeah.
I have 20 years experience watching this, and I have no idea how to advise Democrats to get out of that hole.
They
I
have to
don't know
get
what
out
to
of
tell
it. They have to say, we fucking don't support this. We're going to cut all fucking funding from them. That's what we're going to do. And they would
And
get
that's the problem
a bunch
that-
of
that this
fucking
whole-
support for that.
This whole
There's momentum
conversation
building.
it discounts the fact that the entire world is turning against us and saying that Israel should not get our weapons. We should not fund Israel. We need to support the Palestinian people and a Palestinian state. And that's how the Democrats win. That's where the youth vote is, and they won't do it because they're bought and paid for by AIPAC.
The
They are bought
administration
and
has
paid for by
released a plan
AIPAC.
that includes a statehood for Palestine.
Yeah,
They are bought and
Can you
paid
say
for
that
by
again? I'm so sorry to hear you.
Yeah, I know. The administration has released a 21-point plan for ending the Gaza conflict and creating a Palestinian state.
But that doesn't mean, to me, that doesn't mean anything, because my country has also recognized Palestine as an independent state. But England is still giving them weapons. What does that mean?
I'm just.
And that's how the Democrats have to go
stating-
forward. They have to refuse
Oh,
to
I'm
fund
not.
weapons.
Sorry, that seems like an attack at you. Not at all. Oh my god, sorry.
It's fine. Yeah, as far as the weapons transfers goes, I think that's a given, because U.S. law prevents us from giving weapons to human rights violators. So we can ask our congresspeople to enforce existing U.S. law, the Leahy law.
And that's going to be
probably
impossible because they're all bought and paid for by AIPAC.
Possibly, yeah.
I think it's even deeper than that.
I mean, how much money does AIPAC give each congressperson?
Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And they have an AIPAC guy.
But there was a.
They have an
No,
AIPAC
I'm just
guy.
wondering because there's all sorts of lobbyists, right? So I mean, how much more money
Right.
does AIPAC give than others? I mean, is it a lot more?
Well, I think it's. I think it's
millions of dollars to
Yeah.
unseat people that they think are anti-Israeli.
And
Other groups do that too, right?
And it's deeper than that though. This is
How is it
conjoined
deeper?
not only with their religious beliefs, with the fucking rapture bullshit, but you also have the money, and then you also have things like Jeffrey fucking Epstein.
Can I just say on the rapture?
So they have compromising material on the ones that aren't religiously conjoined here. And then you have the religious nuts that do this because of their religion crap.
I mean,
And
we
then you
have
have
our
others
own, like,
that are, and go ahead, Paula.
There's Christian Zionism, but
Go
like
ahead.
I did want to point out there was a vote.
Well,
in
hold
the
on.
US
Paula
Senate
was trying to
recently
say
where half
something.
of-
Hold on. Paula was trying to speak. Go ahead, Paula, please.
No, I
thought you
was
said
just.
tall. Sorry.
That's okay. I was just saying that we have tons of lobbyist groups that do the exact same thing as APAC does. I mean, that's what they do. They dial for dollars.
Do we
That's all
have?
they, so we have to get money out of politics. So then that way nobody can influence our elected leaders to do bidding for other people other than their constituents. Don't you think?
Well, sure, but that's not going to fix the Israel issue. Just removing money from politics. They'll find another way. They'll not only find another way,
Yeah.
they'll find more compromising material. And they will continue to do this. Again, this is not only religious, they use P3DO files to get these people and whatever other crap they have. And if that doesn't work, they'll just unalive them.
To me,
We'll see.
I was on a live. You were speaking of the rapture. I was on a live. I was not on a live. I mean, I was on watching something, and the woman was a former seminary student. All sorts of things. Been in the whole Zionist whatever she said, but she said that the rapture wasn't. It's not biblical. It wasn't until like the 1800s, and some white man got it to be a thing. The rapture is not. It's not even in Revelation.
can I say something on the rapture?
I'm
The
done.
person that started it this time was actually a black South African, and I don't know why we took his word for it. I do not know why.
Huh?
Because, so I know you're saying it was a white person but the person that started the rapture comments this time was a black South African, like, religious person, a man. And he had to come out and apologize and say he was wrong about the rapture. And it went out into an email before that to KPMG telling everyone that there was a rapture happening. And that's how it spread everywhere, and that's how it happened this time. So we can blame the South Africans for this one.
I don't know why we listened to any of it. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my whole life.
I didn't.
Yeah,
Look, I'm
every
just
generation
mad.
of Christians has thought they're the last one. That's just
Look,
part of
I'm
it.
just mad I didn't get the power of attorney from someone before this occurred, okay? That's the only thing I'm mad about.
Oh, me too.
I'm just mad I didn't buy a house for like £10,000 or something.
Let me.
I like the idea that
let me-
it's not a literal going to heaven thing. But anyway, go ahead.
Let me play this video real quick.
Everybody but me has an APAC person.
What's that mean, an APAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your APAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for APAC.
Yeah. But even with that influence, they had a vote in the Senate recently.
That's how it
hold
works on
on.
the Republican
Democrats
side.
voted
And when they
suspend.
come to DC, you go have lunch with them. And they've got your cell number, and you have conversations with them.
Ugh, this isn't the video I thought it was, but still, I mean, you can go watch this interview yourself. Like on the Republican side, all but a couple have this APAC person.
Tim, you cannot get elected in the United States anywhere if APAC opposes you. They exert so much power over our entire government. Party doesn't matter.
Even Bernie
So
has APEC money.
Yes.
Everybody
takes APAC money.
I have been trying to say about this recent U.S. Senate vote, half of U.S. Democrats went against the APAC line. So, and this is in the Senate, right, which is supposed to be more moderate and reserved, and fewer senators do progressive things, right? So there's momentum there. But yes, APAC influence is there, but I wouldn't call it a lock, right? I think the people who have pro-APAC senators should pressure those senators based on how the others voted, because there is a possibility that they can overcome that influence. It's about as possible as overcoming NRA influence, but I think we should still try.
I also wanted to bring up Prager University,
God.
which is aligned with APAC. They are separate organizations, but school districts in red states, and as we know, Oklahoma has gone absolutely off the rails. They have been working with PragerU to develop children's like videos, and honestly, I think a lot of it is because they're trying to get like more homeschooling or alternative education systems that are publicly funded. PragerU has released videos that are like absolutely insane, saying like slavery is not that bad and things like that. It's just crazy. The Bible, I wanted to bring this up before, so I'll just say it real quick, not trying to change the subject, but the Trump Bibles that were sent to the Oklahoma schools are missing 11 through 27th amendments to the Constitution. Why the Constitution's in the Bible is confusing to me anyway, but it only has the Articles and the first 10, the Bill of Rights, missing 11 through 27, and it includes the 3/5 compromise, which has been essentially repealed, but it doesn't say that in the version that's in the Bible. So a lot of this has to do with like promoting these like education, quote unquote, to children, because this is supposed to be a generational effort to be more subservient to the Christian nationalists and Judeo-Christian values. It's not just right this moment. It's supposed to be developing a generation of children into potentially, people that will vote for them in the future.
Kate, those Bibles are specifically set up that way because that's how Ryan Walters put out the bid. He wanted a Bible, a King James Bible that had a leather or leatherette option cover with the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Pledge of Allegiance. And so what is in that Bible is in that Bible because that's what the bid.
Well, Nadine, I would just push back and say the Trump Bible was like published, and then Ryan Walters created that policy where such that the Trump Bible was the only one that would comply with the rule. So it was
that was kicked back either from the government or the courts. So they had to have a different Bible. So he couldn't be getting the Trump Bible.
They couldn't use public funds, so it was publicly funded. But yeah, it's still the same.
But all the Prager University is still part and parcel of the Department of Education. That's out for schools to use,
which is sad.
It's terrifying. If you ever watch go watch just the Columbus video. It's terrifying.
Nuts. Yeah, no, the fucking like it's rewriting of history, and we're watching it happen in real time. Like with J6.
All right, I have to go. Tim, I will talk to you another time. Love you.
See you next weekend. Nadine, thank you. It's always a pleasure seeing you on Saturday.
Yep. Bye.
I may have to do an evening show so Nadine can join us on the weekday as well. Yeah, and in 20 minutes I'll be shutting down the live anyway, so it is what it is. Guys, if I still haven't met my gifting goal of 50 donuts. If you want to support the live, please send me some donuts. Would it be 23? Oh, somebody's sending them. Thank you for that, RPS and Kate. Appreciate that. And also Cash App, if you want to do it that way, it's $LibLoudMouth, all one word, lowercase. You can buy me a coffee. Hopefully it's an expensive coffee. I'm just kidding. Anyway, yeah, this shit's fucking nuts. Now, earlier I had put, and this is just kind of going back to the, kind of the stranglehold. This is the only nation that we have passed laws saying you can't boycott them. The red here is the states that have passed legislation saying that they won't work with any company that boycotts Israel in any way. And then the pink ones are via executive order. So there are 38 states total, and that's growing. There's no other country that we've ever done that to, or for, I should say. It's so anybody that says, we're not beholden to this country in some way, I mean, just look at the map. Why else would we do that? Like, we don't even do that for U.S. companies.
Does that article or whatever that you pulled up, does that say like how long some of the legislation has been standing? Is this like a recent effort? I guess my
The
question.
first one was in 2015.
Wow. So this
wow.
is just in the last decade that there's been this huge push.
Yep. And just coincided with Donald Trump announcing his
And if we
presidency
had a real Supreme
months
Court,
after. Months after.
if we had a real Supreme Court, that would be unconstitutional.
Right. Well, so somebody had sued Texas at one point over this because they were denied a job. It was like she was like a speech pathologist or something that was contracting with the school, and she refused to sign it, and they fired her, didn't give her the job. She took them to court. So what they did was they went and like altered the language slightly to moot her case. So instead of it invalidating the law, they changed it just enough to where in her particular case, it was allowed because they knew that the court was going to rule against it. Right. So they just changed the law a little bit, mooted the case. So now there's no damages to seek, and the court didn't end up ruling on it. That's how they get around this fucking loophole shit. Yeah, it's a serious fucking problem, and I know a lot of people are afraid to like make that leap because they don't want to be labeled as an anti-Semite and or racist and or conspiracy theorist. But just look at the fucking map. Like, we don't even keep people from boycotting American companies, yet we're saying you can't boycott a foreign country. That makes no sense. Anyway,
because we got want to use the TV. That the reason is we got to stay loyal to our soil. We got to stay human. Man, let me just say this for real talk. American products suck.
They tend to.
Like, I'm literally going like this. Should I bring up the mistakes? The Ford Pinto, Ford Mustang, the Pacer. The only one that held on for dear fucking life was the Buick LeSabre. I wonder how long that lady lasts. Like,
Buicks are popular in China. They're actually.
I was in my kitchen laughing my ass off while you were listing those products off. That was funny.
Can I no, have you ever had a number 2 pencil made from America?
Actually, yes.
That's the only thing they made good.
Matter of fact, I picked up
Can I ask you a question?
from Ticonderoga, New York, the Ticonderoga pencils in the Adirondack Mountains. That's a beautiful trip, by the way. Anyway, sorry. You had a question, somebody?
Yeah, me?
Yes, go ahead.
Are Ford American cars?
Or Ford American? I mean, yes, it's an American company, but the parts.
Kind of. I mean, Ford's Europe division is independent, and they don't always sell their European cars here, so it's kind of American.
Here's the problem. Here's the thing, though. RPS, it's a manufactured car.
No,
not
I know,
made.
but who invented it? I thought it was American.
No.
Henry Ford.
Let me put it in perspective. When we made the Ford here in America, how can I put this? They went up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
3 feet in the air. Landing on people. That's why basically we venture out and manufacture here. So we can say made in America.
That's not it. I was just about to say that a Ford car is one of the best inventions. So
It's not.
So it was the processes. So it was the processes by which Henry Ford used to make efficient the assembly line.
Yeah.
That was what was innovative about Ford. The vehicles themselves were revolutionary at the time. Yes. There were other cars, but he revolutionized the building of those with with the assembly line. But since that point, Ford is not considered like a really good vehicle here. Maybe their trucks. Their trucks are they make good trucks.
So I'll tell you your international reputation. We don't have your trucks because trucks are not good enough for our roads because the roads were already built ages ago. So the trucks are too big. Just normal Ford cars are like good.
Yeah, they have models that are sold in Europe and other countries that aren't sold here, but they're like the best selling models in Europe. It's
They're like Toyota. Toyota is reliable.
Yes.
I work in tech, and I had a product manager that used to work for Ford, and he said that they would instruct the workers to put the wrong part of the car in the wrong place. And he actually encouraged me to move to Europe because he said people there are able to think things through more, right? They have more labor. He didn't say this part, but I'm going to say this part. They have more labor rights, right? And they can actually speak up against management without fear of retaliation. Because in America, if you disagree with management, you're gone. And we can't do our best work here.
Yeah. And I mean, it's getting worse, you know, with the internal politics and you are my slave, do as I tell you, fuck you, I'll ruin your life if you don't.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm really going like this for Trump's, basically MAGA, because let me just say this: you're a fad, FAD, fad. That's what it is. That's what you are. You're basing on the bandwagon of this pseudo philosophy mentor of what you've been doing in your past life. You have no life past MAGA. None. Everything Trump does from now on, you have to say yes. Anything that happens under your watch, that happens Republican watch, you have to condone. Even the unalivement of one of your strongest supporters.
Yeah, and imagine when MAGA is over, the fucking serious identity crisis that these people are going to deal with. Because they have created their entire identity around this red hat fucking thing. It's weird. It could take years for them to come out of it.
Weird.
The problem is
it might take.
Everybody wants to talk at the same time, and then nobody wants to talk at the same time. Go ahead. First person gets it. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm literally saying
there
this
you
right
go.
Now. When it comes down to my particular vote, here's the thing, though, and I would say that the black MAGA in general, because y'all the fucking worst. Convince black women to vote red down the board. If you can do that, I'll vote red down the board. And I live in California. And most of California basically run-ins like Larry Elder, I would literally swallow my throw up and vote for that man if you can convince all black women to vote red.
Well, I don't want to see that video, just for the record. Just throwing that out there.
So, Tim, if you want another just like mind-boggling, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, and Matt Gaetz, like, why do we agree with, like, what is happening that we agree with them?
Oh, we know. We know. Go ahead, Kate.
Back in May of this year, the Republicans nixed the vote on a federal anti-boycott law. Those laws that you were talking about state by state, there was a vote up in May for a federalized one. And Matt Gaetz, who obviously isn't in Congress right now, but he was railing against this. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, and Anna Paulina Luna, who I don't know, but she's from Florida, Republican of Florida. They were all like, no, I don't think that this is right. And also, especially with everything going on right now, let alone in the past, we shouldn't be doing this. It's a free speech issue and all of this. And I'm just like, again, why is Marjorie Taylor Greene making so much sense now all of a sudden?
Yeah, no, it's pretty nutty because to them they bought into the America First thing, and that isn't America First. And so I think in order to not be hypocrites, they were like,
I got one
can't
better.
do it. Let's hear it.
Alex Jones was right when he said when he said about the
About the frogs.
about the frogs and the military's going to be in the dude. There's going to be everything he said about the military is going to basically going to take over. We have to send basically about. I think he said that's about Obama, about military parades and stuff like that. Everything that he said about Obama is happening under Trump.
Yeah. Well, I've long believed that Alex Jones was like, it purposely put in there to make people that talk about these conspiracies look crazy anytime you bring them up.
Matter of fact, you remember he
really
said they're attacking us conservative people like Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk. Dude,
Here, I'm just gonna play a little bit of this here.
Eat your ass. I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just gonna be honest. My superpower is being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to for a few years since I got food and stuff. But I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
I'm gonna just put this out here. You remember what he said about Sandy Hook? He said, "I'll bet all my money if Sandy Hook was real." Yeah. Now you gotta pay $1.2 billion.
Somebody said, "I'll take that bet." I'll take that bet. Wow. I don't remember
really
him saying that, but that's fucking wow. Prophetic.
It was when he still had that Rush Limbaugh damn type of set, the first one. When he really, I'm going like this, dude. It's just basically the fact that on a few key points, he was fucking right.
Yeah,
but he just the wrong president.
Right. No, and that's why I said, like, my entire adult life, I've been hearing these conspiracies from the right about it, and as to, they would use this as the reason that they need their pew-pews to fight against the tyranny. Obama's going to do it. They thought it was Obama. They thought it was Clinton. They thought it was anybody but themselves, and now it's like literally happening in crickets.
Yep.
Fucking
they were just projecting.
Crickets. Yeah. Maybe it's like they can't just admit to themselves that they like pushed it. And maybe some of them are seeing it, but they just don't want to admit it. I don't know. Fucking nuts.
They got paid.
Do what?
They got paid.
Who?
The people that are pro guns got paid by your NRA.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like the politicians?
Everyone, left, right. I'm not even discriminating here.
You mean like
because
the people?
No, so I mean politicians.
Okay.
You are telling me, this is my opinion, from the other side of the world, that you have whatever, pew for children, school, and then you're like, it's not guns that are the problem. I'm sorry, you got paid. Because the rest of us have had that one time, and we've changed everything.
Okay, I would also like to put this out here. Every damn, I want to say this out of here. Y'all must have get kicked. Black MAGA, especially Black MAGA males, y'all must have got kicked out of every black barbershop in America because y'all got the most effed up hairlines on earth. I'm really talking about how, like, Brandon Tatum, you got a line through your fade, but your fade does not match your fade.
Your fade doesn't match your fade.
Crooked, bro.
That's funny.
They never went to that barber shop in the first place. That didn't happen. That they were never there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, YHT people. I'm sorry. This is where we gotta draw the line when it comes down to segregation. I'm sorry. I can't give up my barber. I can't give up my barber. My barber's so damn good. He made my line so crisp that I could slice butter with it.
Blackwing, I just dropped you a follow, and I hope you come back on the show. That shit is cracking me the fuck up. I love your energy.
I was requesting up when you were talking about like the Second Amendment, and then in the silence of getting into the box, somehow we got onto the barbershop. What did I miss? How did this jump happen?
It was
just changed.
Yeah. Well, you can go. You talk about the thing that you wanted to, because I mean, we can. That's fine.
We were
I'm
talking
saying
about
this,
Black
like, no,
MAGA.
here's the thing, no, Vex, I'm gonna be real with you. Black MAGA, they talk bad about the community they supposed to be representing. They say it's the truth, and they want us to vote red. I'm literally going like this when it comes down to us. They think we so dumb that basically the only thing we can do is vote blue.
But that's not
I'm
why
only
you
saying
voted
this.
blue.
No. Did y'all know this is too soon to make up? Okay, one. The majority in the vote when it comes down to basically Republican in the House and the Senate is predominantly white males. So
Yeah, of course.
guess how many black representation do we have in the Republican Party? Guess how many?
Well,
You got a few. I mean,
yeah,
you got
there's a few.
I could name a handful off the top of my head. You got
It's a handful.
Florida,
It's a handful. It's 5. Tim Scott,
yeah.
Byron Donald,
Tim Scott,
Byron Donald.
thank you. Yeah,
And
Byron
here's the thing.
Donald's,
Yeah,
yeah.
we got 4. We got 4 congressmen and 1 senator. I want to put this out here: 4 congressmen, 1 senator. And if I would basically go to the Supreme Court basically upholds the law. I only got 2 Supreme Court justices. I can actually say a law is wrong. That's and one of them is Republican. Lily said, and I quote, that damn interracial marriages, while he's in an interracial marriage, should be illegal.
Yesterday, Clarence Thomas
Well,
gave a speech, said that precedents of the Supreme Court are not gospel and should be revisited, which is the complete opposite of the stare decisis doctrine, saying that precedents are and should be followed. It shouldn't be that every Supreme Court, whatever makeup there is at the time a case is being decided, if they would decide it a different way, they'll just overturn precedent, right? It's supposed to be, there's factors that you're supposed to consider, just like in Brown versus Board of Education, which overturned Plessy versus Ferguson. When you put together all of the reasons why a precedent of a Supreme Court in the past should be overturned, there's even a test for overturning your precedent.
Maverick, Clarence Thomas' wife is white. They're in an interracial marriage. Been married for almost 40 years? 40 years now? Even though Clarence
how are you going to, in all caps,
I think her point is that, okay, first of all, her eyesight is bad. That's why she types like that. And I think her point is that he is, black on the outside, white on the inside. Is maybe the point she's trying to make.
No. I'm sorry to say it. No. Here's the thing. No, I hate to say it. There are basically, I wish they had their own delegation. I'm literally going like this because I'm saying this for real talk. These mother effers do not represent my community whatsoever. I'm literally going like this. I call them Biswicks. BWIC. Black when it's convenient.
Let me correct you, please. Let me correct you, Black Wings. Clarence Thomas is not in an interracial marriage. He
and
is
his white.
Excuse me, don't cut me off. He's in an interspecies marriage. He's a silverback gorilla, and his wife is a yeti.
Jesus Christ.
Okay? That's all I wanted to say, and you can drop me. That's all I wanted to make that correction.
No. I thought there were 2 grouches from Sesame Street. That's what I thought.
He's a silverback gorilla that escaped from the Bronx Zoo. And she's a yeti. That's what she's a cave.
You sure she ain't an orangutan?
No, she's a
No, oh my
yeti.
god, do not do orangutans like that.
Oh my
God. Here's the thing, and I would like to also say this, Candace Owens. Let me just say this. Go get a black beautician, please. You shouldn't walk out your house looking like this. If I want to say this to every black women, y'all would not go, and let me just say this. Jasmine Crockett is a perfect example. She would not go out the house unless her damn piece is on point. I'm talking about she would not go out the if her hair is not to a perfect balance of Beyonce
Black
to
Wings.
Almost basically
Black Wings.
Yes.
Black Wings. Once again.
Can I say something to that after you?
Excuse me. Once again, you're humanizing She is E.T.'s granddaughter. Candace Owens' eyes are so wide apart, you can put all of Palestine between her foreheads. She's not human.
No.
Did you see Laura?
Oh my God.
Laura
Can I
Loomer?
just add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, we are not Candace Owens or whatever his name is. And in terms of like how we need to go out, I think that
She looked like the word from Men in Black with a wig on. She looked like Stick Stickly, without the yellow nose.
Stickly. Now I'm gonna have to look that
Yeah,
up.
this is Stickley from Nickelodeon.
She looked like Earthworm Jim with braids.
The adventure began.
Oh my God. Hold on.
Anyway,
Here we go.
Laura Loomer had the nerve to say that was it? I think it was Jasmine Crockett is unattractive.
Yeah.
Laura Loomer, who looks like Madam from
Put a picture
Emily
up of
Flowers.
E.T., Candace Owens' grandfather, and right next to Candace Owens, and you will see the family resemblance.
Wait, you have to put the side by side of Laura Loomer and Jigsaw from the Saw movies.
Yes. It's not even that. It's the little clown.
Did you see the audio or the video where Benjamin Netanyahu says that acquiring TikTok was a part of their plan or something to that effect?
Oh no, really? When did?
Not. Yeah, this is a thing that I think a lot of people are tracking about, like getting control of TikTok, especially like that algorithm. What's her face? I forget her actual name, but the woman that she's the comedian that does all the spoofs of Carolyn Levitt.
Oh yeah, I know the girl you're on about.
God damn it, what is her name? It's like right there.
I don't think it's. She's yes, that's her.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, she put out a really funny video of her like retraining her new youth-based TikTok algorithm.
Oh my God.
Did you see that? Did you see that video clip? Tim?
What's that, Paula?
Anyway, very funny stuff.
Did you see the video clip of Netanyahu talking about the acquisition of TikTok?
Tell us about it.
Google it.
Let me.
I will do. Can I tell you
out here? If they start making them, because here's the real reason why they wanted to ban TikTok. Trump had an off-brand substitute called We Are America. I cannot make this shit up. They said it's just like TikTok, the American version.
In addition to,
you can look it up on it, but they only had 100,000 compared to Wasey TikTok. They had what 3 billion by the time it debuted.
Can I tell you that you're thinking wrong? This is the problem. What happened with TikTok? It's because it already had a following and they were not in control. People were being activists on TikTok showing videos that they don't want you to see. Like when you guys came back after when you were first banned, your TikTok is way more censored than ours. The other day, someone was like, "Can you see this?" And we were like, "Yes," and they were like, "We can't see this." It is a form of control. And they want
you found
that.
it. Yeah, let's cue it up and see what the guy says to say.
Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right, and you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're loonies. But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. The weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay, and you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is class TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one? That's most important. X. Exactly. Very good. And so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight, okay? To give direction to the Jewish people and give direction to our non-Jewish friends or those who could be our Jewish our friends. Are we going to succeed with everyone? No. Will there be a strong counterpart? Yes.
There you go. So, and I've said this. I said the reason that TikTok was being pushed to be sold like that under Biden was because of fucking Israel. Because it made no sense that Biden was agreeing with Donald Trump when he first put that shit out there. And because Benjamin Netanyahu saw those soldiers posting those fucking videos, going in there, raiding those fucking homes of Palestinians they had just unalived, putting on bras and shit, and it was making them look bad. And then all of a sudden, bam, out of nowhere, in comes Biden and Congress. There's bipartisan support.
I'm giving this country till 2027. I'm giving it because you remember in 2017 when it really messed up. You remember the year of blood when we had a damn pume every other month. I'm giving it 27. I'm giving it 27.
Real quick, I wanted to back up the host because Mitt Romney actually said that out loud in 2017 about the TikTok, or not 2017, excuse me. But Mitt Romney was in an interview with Anthony Blinken. He said, it is hard to conduct a military campaign in Israel and people are watching about the smartphone when they were talking about the TikTok sale.
Yep. It made no sense for Biden to agree with Trump on that. This was not a national security issue. It never was. There are many, 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 many apps that you can get that are produced from Chinese companies. They don't care about them. This was all about the Hasbro problem that the day before Charlie Kirk was unalived, he complained about and said, if we had 5 or 6 more Mike Huckabees, we wouldn't have a Hasbro problem, which is their word for propaganda. That's what this is about. And notice he says, direct our Jewish friends and our non-Jewish friends. Direct. They're going to tell you what to do, what to think. And so tell me Israel does not have a lot of control over this country.
It does, but I can also tell you why it does. And one thing that people forget is about the UK. I think you need to know how much of the effers they are. Because they started this problem in the first place. And they get down being like English polite, like, oh my God, we're so like following America. No, those effers are, I don't know if I can say it, TWATS. Sound that together. Yeah.
Twats and cunts.
I prefer the C word myself, but yeah.
Oh, both of those, they work. They mean the same thing. So,
Twunt. Call them twunts. They're twunts.
Twunts. I don't know what I can say.
We can say twunt. It's the liberal loudmouth language, okay? Fuck it.
And they can be see you next Tuesdays as well, you know?
Yeah. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah. So the funny thing is I can't say it on this app, but I can say it at my work, which is hilarious.
Hey, liberal, I'm sure we crack a joke, but I got a few more on. Is in my imagination that Tim Scott, if you put a beanie on him, you look like Mushmouth.
I didn't understand what you're saying, so I'm going to drop out of this one.
Hold on. Let's see. Tim Scott with a beanie.
No, just got Mushmouth. It's his twin. That's when Tim Scott was young. He was on the Fat Albert show with the Cosby Kids. That's who he is.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see what you're
That's him when he was a young,
I looked up Mushmouth.
He was a child actor. Yeah, he was a child actor.
Oh, my God.
Okay, enough with the jokes, though. But here's the thing, though. Let me just say this. When it comes down to basically black representation in the Republican Party, there is none. I cannot see myself falling, like, literally agreeing with half the shit that basically comes out of black Americans' mouth. Look, I'm a black man living in America. That's way totally different. I'm always going to be my community first because that's all I got. These fools think that basically if I kiss so much ass so much, I could be invited in. Hey, Tim Scott, can I imagine? Ain't you supposed to be vice president instead of this damn android in the office now?
Android.
Can I add to that? We've got like the leader of our Conservative Party, which is like your Republican Party, is a black woman. And the other day, she announced to us that she was not Nigerian anymore, and we were like, "Oh."
That she was not Nigerian?
Yes. So she's no longer. She doesn't identify as Nigerian anymore.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird.
She's part of the
used to be that way in the 1990s.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? Immigrant Republicans.
That's immigrant conservatives too here. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
No. How can you be? I'm literally going like, how can you? The lady that basically, I'm gonna vote for Trump. Donald Trump. Hey, you gonna vote for? Ain't you gonna vote for Donald Trump in Guatemala?
For me,
and it ain't even your country.
I'm like,
it's insane.
It is insane to me. I'm actually born in the UK, and I'm like, but girl, I still identify with my heritage. Why do you not? Why do you think you can't?
Yeah.
So we don't have the same law as you. So even if you're born outside of the UK, you can still become prime minister.
So I actually grew up with that mentality because in the 90s in America, you became American, right? You kind of left your old self behind and you adopted the values of your home country. And we didn't have this concept of representation, diversity, belonging, right? We just had American. And conservatives actually miss that. I don't. I think we should be able to maintain separate identities because there's richness and diversity, and we can celebrate our heritage and embrace our new identity at the same time. But they need an education on that.
I agree. So here there's this confusion. So so for me, I'm Black British, but I'm also Black like African British. It's like we have to celebrate where we come from and our heritage, but we're still also British. And like, look, for some reason, I did get patriotic about England. I think it's in my
same. Same for America. I mean.
And the people that basically voting on here's the people that's voting Republican. Let me just put this, Maverick. I need your help right quick. I'm gonna name some names, and you're just gonna give me the first thing that comes through your mind.
Let's play this game. Go.
Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh, please. That's an absolute jigaboo.
Oh, God.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
She said it, I didn't. Oh, Lord.
Now, that spook definitely needs to be hanging as a Christmas tree ornament.
Diamond and Silk.
That woman's already worm food with her plastic wig on, and Trump didn't even realize that her service that he was talking about himself. And the other one, she's a mammy who needs to be in the kitchen making some grits.
That shit was crazy. When he was
Katrina Pearson.
Who's that?
Makeup Barbie queen that was for Trump on his first term. She was a little lighter black woman who says, hey, Mr. Trump this and Mr. Trump that. She's the bedwench who'll be breeding the babies from Massa. Go ahead.
Omarosa.
That's another silverback gorilla in female form. She thinks she's playing us now because she wrote a book after they dumped her ass out of there. But she's a traitor and also needs to be shackled and handcuffed and thrown over the side of a boat.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I have to drop, but I wanted to give Tim one more comparison for you to look up is Stephen Miller and Nosferatu. But thanks for having me.
Nosferatu, that's fucking funny. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate it. Now, guys, I am about to shut down the show. It's technically ended 16 minutes ago. So let me go ahead and just do that. Guys, I really do appreciate it. If you guys want to see my show continue, please donate. You can, well, I don't have a gifting goal up there right now, but you can send some to Cash App, $LibLoudmouth. You can join the Discord. I'll go ahead and put a link in there.
David Scott.
in the comment section. You guys can join the Discord and chat outside of it. Today is my Friday, so I will not be live again until Tuesday, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Right there, and there's my Discord, so you guys can jump in there. And, I'll check it throughout the weekend, and I really do appreciate it. To Blackwing, dude's hilarious. I hope he comes back. Guys, thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
The best live on TikTok.
Thank you.
One of the best, but this is the best live on TikTok. Do come here and support this live, guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Maverick. Fucking
Thank you for having me.
Silverback Gorilla and the Yeti that nearly unalived me. So thank you for that.
So you correct anybody said that he's an interracial. Say no, he's an interspecies marriage.
That's fucking funny. We'll see you guys.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, RPS. We'll see you later.
Be safe. Be safe. Be safe.
Have a good weekend. See ya.